and I believe our final meeting for the Special Committee on Budget Process and Development. So we'll go ahead and move right in. I know the first item on the agenda, committee members, says approval of minutes. The minutes are coming later, so we'll go ahead and approve those at the end of the day. And also, just to let you know, kind of see what the timeline and how everything works as far as the discussion. We will be having lunch brought in. So we'll see whether or not we're going to work through lunch or maybe take a half-hour break, depending on exactly how much we get through before the lunchtime. So right now we'll go ahead and move on to the next item on the agenda, and that is the review of the questions from our previous meeting that was held. And so I will turn it over to Dylan Deere with the Kansas Legislative Research Department and Assistant Director for Fiscal Affairs. Dylan.
Thank you very much for that introduction. We had two questions that were left over from the previous meeting that we wanted to briefly address. I'm going to refer to this large packet that you have before you. I am not going to go through it in detail, but I will point out a couple of the items that are contained within this packet. We had a question regarding when performance measures have been used either to substantially modify or eliminate some type of a program. And so I have a couple of examples that I want to put together for you. The first portion of this is sort of a survey of legislative program evaluations and various performance audit programs. On page 16 of the survey, you can see indications of when cost savings have been identified and where cost savings have actually been achieved. So it shows both where those recommendations occurred and then when those recommendations were implemented. So feel free to review that at your leisure. I'm not going to go through that in detail, but I just wanted to make that available for you. I provided two examples where there were recommendations for cost reductions at your request. One example is North Carolina. There was a performance audit that was performed of the mobile devices and services provided inside of the state. What they determined in that case was that the universities had a large number of mobile devices that were not being used. They were just sitting idle. And so the recommendations was that there would be $1 to $2 million of annual savings sort of by eliminating these excess mobile devices. The other example that I was going to provide for you is from the state of Virginia. And in this case, it talks about specific audit reviews of performance for incentives, for economic incentives. And there are recommendations that are contained within this document, and I just provided the executive overview because the actual document was about 140 pages. But inside of these recommendations, there was a recommendation to eliminate the major employer grant program, and also as well as amending various other statutes that are related to economic development in the state of Virginia. So I just want to provide a couple of examples. You know, feel free to review that at your leisure, but sort of these are examples where performance measures have been used to sort of make modifications. The other question that we had left over from the previous meetings was examples where zero-based budgeting has been implemented in varying states. And Megan has graciously volunteered to go ahead and take over that memo. So if she was going to talk a little bit about zero-based budgeting.
All right, thank you, Dylan. Megan?
Good morning. You have a memo about zero-based budgeting. In a nutshell, zero-based budgeting, the main tenets are subjecting all expenditures to justification and priority ranking expenditures. There are 3 states that were identified by NASBO, the National Association of State Budget Officers, as using zero-based budgeting as its primary budget source. There aren't any states that use zero-based budgeting in isolation. The closest is Maine. In Maine, in 2011, the governor presented expectations for state agencies to start engaging in zero-based budgeting. They began that process in the 2014-2015 biennium. In Nevada and Ohio, Nevada does not yet use it. It has experimented with it in the past, but it is a tenet of the Republican Party 2024 platform. On the back, there are examples of other states that use it in a smaller sense than the 3 on the first page. The first is Alaska, which uses zero-based budgeting only for two budgets, the capital budget and then some public entities. Montana, during the 2015 legislature, applied a one-time only restriction on They categorized all appropriations as one-time only, and it did that for two budgets, the Office of the State Public Defender and the Department of Livestock. And Texas is another example. They use zero-based budgeting just for 1 year in response to the 2001 financial crisis. They use it for all state agencies and have since returned to incremental budgeting. I'm happy to see him for any questions.
Committee, are there questions for Dylan or for Megan? Senator Billinger.
Thank you. Megan, do you have any ideas of why they returned, like Texas returned to the incremental budgeting? Any ideas on why they changed back?
Megan.
We weren't able to find a lot of information about why, but it's a very labor-intensive process.
Thank you.
We can get more information on that.
Thank you.
I think Dylan has a comment. Dylan.
So this was a shared memo. So basically, they were dealing with a crisis in Texas when this came around, and they were looking for a way to sort of like reset the state budget. Texas continues to use what they refer to as a bottom-up budget process, which does incorporate some elements of zero-based budgeting, and they integrate priorities with those as well. And so it's really not accurate to describe it as zero-based budgeting. It also works with the Texas Legislative Budget Committee. So they have sort of a different process in Texas where they have a dedicated committee year-round sort of reviewing this sort of budget process. And agencies are brought in on a cyclical basis to sort of justify those expenditures, but you would not refer to it as a statewide zero-based budget, except for in response to this specific financial crisis where they went back and they revisited every single one of their expenditures. They had a, I don't know, $20 or $30 billion shortfall inside the state budget.
Any further questions for Dylan or for Megan? All right, seeing none. Thank you. Now we'll move on to Jill Walters, the Reviser of Statutes and the First Assistant Reviser of Statutes. Jill.
Good morning. Thank you, sir. Members of the committee. So there were several questions that were asked of us concerning the State Finance Council, the LCC, and then also open meetings, open records. So this memo addresses those things that you asked. There was a general question about, like, what is the State Finance Council, what do they do, and what is their role in the budget processing? So the first statement there, the first part of the memo, talks about where the State Finance Council is created, who the members of the State Finance Council are. We might note here the differences between LCC and the State Finance Council. The State Finance Council includes the president, the speaker, the minority leaders, the majority leaders, of both houses, and then the State Finance Council has the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Ways and Means and the House chairperson of Appropriations. So for the State Finance Council, Representative Waymaster and Senator Billinger sit on that body. And I'll get to the LCC in a minute, but those folks, Senator Billinger and Representative Waymaster, do not sit on LCC. The people who, in addition to the other 6, the people who sit on that is the Vice President of the Senate and the Speaker Pro Tem of the House. And so those are the differences between those. And I've generally thought of it as the State Finance Council is finance, and so that's why we have substituted the experts in the House and Senate on the budget. That's why they're on the State Finance Council and not LCC. So approval of matters before the State Finance Council require the governor and a majority vote of legislative members of the council, so that would be 5 legislative member votes, unless a statute or proviso states otherwise. And then I've given you a couple examples for the state emergency fund for weather-related events. That requires a unanimous vote of the council for money to be spent out of the state emergency fund. And then for a certificate of indebtedness, that requires 6 affirmative votes of the council and the governor to vote for that. As, the State Finance Council addresses matters before them that are declared to be matters characterized as a legislative delegation. So think of it as the legislator has 165 aren't voting on that and working on this issue that's been delegated to the State Finance Council. So we be sure when we draft those, and you want it to be a matter of legislative delegation before the State Finance Council. So we do that. And so some of the things that are delegated to them is increasing expenditure limitations on special revenue funds, authorizing state agencies to receive, spend, or transfer federal grants or funds, exercising functions concerning the state emergency fund, which we already talked about, and then increasing expenditure limitations on reappropriated balance in SGF accounts. Generally, the State Finance Council acts when the legislature is not in session, but there are exceptions to this established in law and proviso, and you might have seen that sometimes. I think one that comes to mind is like maybe a land transfer. If a WSU or K-State or KU is wanting to sell some land, that might, the State Finance Council might be able to do that when the legislature is in session, and it's just so they review the price, who's buying it, that sort of thing. So it's not something that's a legislative function. So fast forward to, in recent budget bills, the State Finance Council has been appropriated SGF money to approve. And one of the examples that shows up many times, like if it would be the policy of the legislature to give a pay increase to state employees, the exact number that each agency would get would need to be divided up. And so the Department of Administration does the number breakdown with the assistance of KLRD, and then they come up with those numbers. And so then State Finance Council gets presented basically a sheet that says, you know, Revisers gets $29,000 for this raise. You know, DCF would obviously get a large amount. Department of Corrections, I think, actually gets the largest amount because they have a big payroll, salary and wages. So that is something like we do. Now, there was another example that just happened this year in the mega bill, and State Finance Council was appropriated money for 2025 for Regents institution increases, but prior to the money be expended and transferred to the Regents institutions, the CEOs had to certify to the State Finance Council that the information that they required concerning diversity, equity, and inclusion was certified, that the Regents CEOs were meeting the parameters of the proviso that they had that. Now, there was also an exclusion in there that said if House Bill 2105 passed, they didn't have to do the certification. So 2105 did pass, and then I put there basically what that bill did, just for a little refresher of a reminder for you of what that bill did. So then anyway, State Finance Council was presented with the numbers, and then they approved that for that breakdown. And then further, in Section 147 of the same bill, State Finance Council was appropriated SGF money for the regions, and prior to that money being expended, the Board of Regents had to certify to the State Finance Council that they had adopted a policy for expenditures for the comprehensive grant program. And we might recall that it was the legislature's policy that 50% go to 50% of that comprehensive grant dollars, 50% of those dollars go to the big 6 universities in Washburn, and then the other 50% went to private independent colleges in Kansas. And so they certified that that happened, and so then that money went on through to the Board of Regents. Would you like me to stop there and answer any questions on Finance Council, or just
Yeah, I would
keep
say
moving
let's go ahead
Sorry.
and stop right there before we move on to the Legislative Coordinating Council and see if there's any questions in regards to the State Finance Council. So I want to go back to the second paragraph where it says approval of matters before the State Finance Council require the governor and a majority of the vote, which is 5 legislative member votes. So because the governor heads the State Finance Council, if the governor would vote no, and even with a majority, that's the veto authority.
Correct, sir.
So I just want people to realize that even though you might have a majority of the members, if the governor votes no, then the item does not pass. In regards to KSA 75-3713, was there any historical knowledge in regards to why disasters from the State Emergency Fund require a unanimous vote?
I would have to look that up, sir. I don't know what year that happened. or that like if when this was enacted, where the the state emergency fund was enacted, if it's always been unanimous, I would have to do some history on that. I don't know off the top of my head, sir.
And is that fund primarily used to draw down federal dollars through like FEMA?
I mean, it could. That could be. I'm not, I guess I'm caught up on the word primary. I don't know if it's primarily used for that, because I mean, I think there are some cases where, you know, if individual communities had an immediate need, that might be able to help that immediate need. So I would have to do a historical look on whether it always or even primarily matched federal funds.
All right, thank you. And then also, I mean, for those of us that sit on the State Finance Council, there's been a little consternation in the past few meetings when we go into executive session. And if you could just kind of explain the executive session process and what can be released after we are no longer in executive session with the State Finance Council. There's been some questions on whether or not the dollar amounts can be released, other information. So kind of explain the executive session part when we go into State Finance Council executive session.
So State Finance Council has the ability to go into executive session. Most generally, it's under tort claims. There have been other examples where by a statute or by a proviso, the State Finance Council could go into executive session, and if that happened, there would be parameters around them, but I'm going to specifically talk about tort claims. So basically, under tort claims, if a person files a claim against the state, the Attorney General generally handles it. Now, not always, but generally handles it. And so what happens there is the State Finance Council is going into executive session so they can discuss things that are attorney-client privilege, basically. So maybe, now I'm just making this up, but maybe the first offer was $1 million. And then the state attorney general said, no, 750. And then they said 800. And so like those sort of negotiations that maybe you members of the State Finance Council would have interest in knowing, or details of a case, like maybe you know, like minutia details, maybe medical records or things like that, that really aren't necessary to be public. But I think then when the Finance Council comes out, then they are, so I think the documents that you get in there are not public records because they're helping you formulate a decision. But then when you come out, excuse me, the amount is going to be there, like the person, you know, we're giving Jenny Jones $800,000 for the tort claim, and like there might also be additional information like a medical issue or a car wreck or something else. Those types of things can come out, but I think those other details that you learned, I don't think you would share with the public, but definitely the amount, because the amount is the decision you make to the person you did it. And I think sometimes the resolution has like maybe a statement of for medical claims, for pain and suffering, for distress, those sort of things.
Well, and one of the other examples that I remember that we went to an executive session for was for the Apex bill, where we couldn't at that time disclose the context of the contract or even who it was with or anything, but we had to sign off on it according to the legislation, and so we had to go into executive session.
Yes, sir, and so thank you. That's a very good example of another example of when State Finance Council goes to, and I believe that legislation actually had specifically that those documents and information was to be remain a private record, not subject to open records until it was announced who it was and the amounts.
All right, thank you. Any other questions in regards to the State Finance Council for Jill? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regards to the veto by the governor, is that statute or is that part of the Constitution?
It's not in the Constitution. State Finance Council is a statutory creation. I think history would bear out that what that is set up to do is to be a mini government sort of thing. So like when the legislature's not in session, the legislature has delegated that these 8 positions could speak for the legislature, and then the governor, just like when the legislature's in session and passing a bill, enacting a bill, then the governor has the ability to veto it. And so that is how it was set up and why it was set up sort of historically. I don't think I can directly answer your question if we took the governor out of it. I don't know if a governor would ask the judiciary. I don't know what the answer is if they would say you're taking the governor out of it completely. We don't have any case law on that, so I don't know.
But there's no way for the legislative members then to override the veto.
Correct.
And that's, I mean, I guess that was omitted. So I understand what you're saying. It's like the legislature, but it didn't go all the way. So, but that is all part of statute.
Correct.
Okay, thank you,
Correct.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Helgerson.
Over the last several years, I've gotten frustrated in looking at the LCC and the Finance Council, what they're planning on looking at and what's the agenda. And many times the agendas will not be published until the day before, maybe even it will be published in such a way you'll have no idea what's on it. Is there any statutory obligation for them to publish what the agenda is and specifically mention what the items they're going to look at and discuss?
Jill.
Not with specific to the State Finance Council or the LCC. I think open meetings requires notice. If you ask for notice, like we could talk about that, how if a government entity is going to have a meeting, there has to be notice of the meeting if you ask for it, and you have to get signed up on the list. But there's nothing specific to that says you have to give X amount of notice.
So
Like 3 days notice, there's nothing like that, sir.
As long as they make a notice of a meeting, they could deal with whatever financial issues they want to deal with quite often.
Well, the only caveat I would say to that is it would have to be a State Finance Council matter that by statute they're given the authority to review. But yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other further questions? I guess I have one last question. So we were talking about most of the time that the State Finance Council does not meet while in legislative session. But I recall back in 2018, I believe, that's when the State Finance Council, during session, approved the Lansing Correctional Facility. And that was a pretty massive project, but the State Finance Council took that on as opposed to having it go through the legislature. If you recall, why did that not go through the legislature and why did it go through the State Finance Council?
Well, in order for that to happen, sir, a bill had to have passed that the legislature approved and delegated that authority to the State Finance Council. So I'd have to look at the history of the bill, like if it started out that it had to go through the legislature and then through the process, it was added or, taken the legislature and put State Finance Council in. But yeah, it would have had to have been in a legislative enactment.
Right. I know Senator McGinn was serving on the State Finance Council at that time with me. So, Senator McGinn.
And for the record, I voted no. But
Remember that.
yes, and that's exactly how it happens. It can be a proviso through a budget bill or added to another bill that the State Finance Council will have permission for that particular thing. I mean, it had to be spelled out that they were giving the State Finance Council the authority to either do it, I believe, I can't remember if it was off session, you said in session. I think we met several times off session, but then I think
Correct.
we made the final decision during session.
Yes.
So, but you're right. I mean, of course you're right because you're the reviser. But yes, it was written in before we did it.
All right. Any further questions? If not, we'll move on to the Legislative Coordinating Council. Jill.
So the Legislative Coordinating Council is established by statute, and it has the 8 members that we talked about previously. They're granted the general authority over all legislative operations and represent the legislature when the legislature is not in session. LCC may adopt and amend the rules applicable to its affairs or the meetings and activities of special committees, standing committees, and advisory committees, except that the rules don't apply when the standing committees, while the legislature is in session. With few exceptions, when the legislature is not in session, LCC governs the mechanics and procedures of all legislative committee work and activities. A majority vote of 5 members of the council is required for action, except if there's action that was relating to solely one house, it can be authorized by a unanimous vote of members of that house. So an example of that is if Speaker Hawkins wanted to have form a House committee on X, Speaker Hawkins off session could do that, and it would just be the members of the LCC of that body. The Senate couldn't stop a House committee from being formed. So something like that. Generally, the LCC has appropriated state general fund money for the operations of the legislature, the Reviser of Statutes Office, and the Legislative Research Department. So an example of when, for budgeting purposes, an example of when the LCC was appropriated more money would be in 2021. That there was a bill, if you might recall, it was the unemployment modernization bill, I think was the overall name of the bill. But in that bill, the LCC was transferred $250 million of CARES and ARPA funding to that special revenue fund. It was called the Legislature Employment Security Fund. And then the provision also had it that additional funds could also be transferred into that if improper unemployment payments exceeded $500 million. And then all expenditures from that fund were to be used to fund the Employment Security Fraud Fund of the Department of Labor for improper employment payments. So I think the idea there was, many of you were around at that time, that the legislature would oversee that money and would watch that employment fund, the unemployment fund, because as we all remember, COVID and many people's employment records were getting hacked, and we're trying to, bad actors were getting those funds using the fake people filing claims, but it was a fraudulent transaction, as you all know. So that is one example where the LCC, in the recent past, where the LCC has been given amount of money to monitor and then to give to a state agency or give to that fund to backfill that fund. So I would stand for questions about the LCC.
Any questions in regards to the LCC? All right, seeing none. Jill?
So there were questions around open meetings and open records. We specifically talked about when we were doing the rundown of how the budget processing works in the fall. We were talking about that last time. And there is that October 1st where agencies are required to send to the Division of the Budget a copy of their budget estimates, amendments, and revisions. And they, at that time, when they're sending out that document, they're also submitting a copy directly to Legislative Research. Pursuant to open records, those documents are public documents, and they may be and are shared with legislators by KLRD. Then pursuant to 75-3718 and 75-3718A, do you remember we talked about that if the director of the budget, after looking at all the income coming in, revenue, expenditures going out, that the director of budget wanted to revise the agency request, there could be a hearing if the agency requested it. So that there would be a hearing that the agency requested, and then remember we talked about last time that those hearings by statute, the chair of Ways and Means and the chair of House Representatives are entitled to attend those hearings, or somebody else as designated by them. So we go to look at what open meeting states, then KSA 7543 17 provides, in recognition of the fact that a representative government is dependent upon an informed electorate, it is declared to be the policy of this state that meetings for the conducting of governmental affairs and the transactions of governmental business be open to the public. The hearing authorized by 3718 is a public meeting, and we believe it is subject to the Open Meetings Act. The hearing is conducting the business and affairs of a state agency, and they're supported by public funds. We have found no guidance in a court case on this matter that it's ever been challenged or brought before the court. Regarding the application of the Open Records Act to any documents provided in these hearings, those documents would be public records and subject to the Open Meetings Act. These documents are recorded information made by a public agency. And I'd be pleased to answer questions on that.
So going back to KSA 75-3718 and 75-3718A, it says state agencies are allowed to request a hearing, but not required, correct?
Correct.
And then it goes on to say that the chairperson of the Senate Ways and Means Committee and the chairperson of the House Representatives Committee on the Appropriations are entitled to attend such hearings or be represented by another member of such committees. So I like we were talked about at the last meeting, and I think Senator Billinger and I were on the same page on this, and I don't know about Senator McGinn, who served as Senate Ways and Means chairperson before. We didn't know, or I didn't know, that we could attend these hearings. The other aspect of that is how can we attend the hearings when we don't know when the hearings are going to be?
So I think one way to address that is you would, and Senator Billinger, if Senator Billinger so desired, would send a letter to the Secretary of Administration and the Director of Budget and saying, pursuant to X, I would like to be informed of any hearing and I would like to attend such hearing. Please send me notice of any such hearings. And I think it would probably be prudent to annually send that letter. But I mean, I think you could like put in your letter, my term is for X and please send me any during my term.
So I guess, and maybe we discussed this at the last meeting, and I apologize if I don't recall. When do those hearings start?
So I don't have the statute right in front of me, but I believe it's November. They have to be wrapped up by December 15th, and so they could start in November, so it would be November 1st through December 15th.
So your course of action right now would be that the senator and I submit a letter to the budget director saying, of all the hearings, please let us know of the dates, and if we can't make it, we'll send somebody, like I would probably send Vice Chairman Hoffman to the meeting in regards to the hearing with the state agencies.
Yes, sir. I think that would be your plan of action.
All right, thank you. Any other questions in regards to the open records and open meetings? Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jill, just to follow up to that last round of questions. So how would the general public be informed about whether or not there's a one of these hearings?
So if I'm Jill Q Public, and if I was interested in this, I would write a letter to the Secretary of Administration and the Director of the Budget and say, I would like to attend these hearings.
Representative Howell.
Are the state agencies required to post in some public manner or advertise that they are conducting a meeting? I mean, I'm not sure many people are going to write a state agency requesting that they attend an appeal budget hearing meeting. So is there any requirement on state agencies to post proactively, similar to what we do in a committee about an upcoming meeting?
I don't think so, but I would like to investigate that because I must admit I've not gone on Department of Administration's website and looked at like what sort of public meetings they give notice of. So I would have to do a little investigation on that, sir.
Representative Howell, did you have another question?
No, I would be interested in that answer as well, and to see what the administration is currently doing or not doing, and maybe some steps forward that we may consider. Thank you.
Minority Leader Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jill. Just a question. I would kind of be interested historically how many times agencies are requesting these hearings, because I would assume they're making their recommendations for the budget, and probably they're appealing it because the governor has probably decreased what he or she is putting in the budget. So can we look at that? Because I think it would be kind of, they're saying, no, we need this money, and probably not the other way around. Thank you.
So I would have to ask Director of Budget and Department of Administration to get us a yearly. Maybe would you like to look at it since 2000, 2010?
Yeah, that would be good. And probably, and if you could have kind of what the, we would have that kind of what the agency requests, because we get that when we're looking at budgets, the agency request and then the governor's recommendations. So there's going to be that discrepancy.
So if I might point out, at this point, it would just be, and I know all these folks work for the governor, so please, but it would be the agency is requesting X, the director of budget is saying Y, and those numbers are going to the Secretary of Administration, and the governor's rec could be A. So those could be different. So you're just looking at these two things right now. You're not looking at that one.
Okay. But again, I would say probably those agencies are requesting probably more than even the budget director is saying should be in the request. Thank you.
So may I ask a follow-up, sir? Just
Yes,
to be
you may.
sure we get what you want. So we will look, or we'll ask for information from 2000, how many times these hearings have happened. We'll ask for the agency, so we know if it's DCF. We will ask for what the dollar amount of request was and the dollar amount that the director of budget asked, and then the resolve of it. Is that, okay, where we're headed? Okay. Thank you.
Speaker Hawkins. Oh, you don't. Any other questions in regards to open records and open meetings? All right, see none. Thank you, Jill.
Thank you.
All right, committee, you have been passed out the minutes from our last meeting that took place on August 22nd, 2024. So since those minutes were just passed out to all of you, we will not take a vote at this moment, but please take a look in the minutes and see if there's any changes or corrections, and then we'll come back to that at a later time during the day. We are going to go ahead and move on to the next item on the agenda, and that was something that was actually requested for the first meeting, and I decided to go ahead and have that added to the second meeting and the final meeting that we're going to be having in regards to the budget process and development, and that was going to be public comments. Oh, yes, Jill needs to have a clarification.
So if I could just clarify, when I specifically said previously that it was November 1st, it is actually agencies will be noticed of revisions between the 10th and the 20th, and that's when they have to request a hearing.
Okay, all right, thank you, Jill. Okay, so as I mentioned before, this was requested at the first meeting to have public comments in regards to the change of the legislative budget process and development. And as I said before, I decided to keep this for a final meeting. So we'll go ahead and move into public comments. And we have two individuals, I believe, that are going to be here this morning. And we also have written testimony from the Kansas Association of School Boards that should be in your folders. So the first individual that I would call to the committee is Van Skinn, the senior fellow from the Kansas Policy Institute. Mr. Ginn.
Good morning. Chairman Waymaster, member of the committee, my name is Dr. Vance Ginn. I'm a senior fellow at the Kansas Policy Institute. I'm also president of Ginn Economic Consulting, where I work with about 15 think tanks across the country. I'm also the former chief economist of the Office of Management and Budget in the White House. And so I've worked a lot on budget process reforms across the country. And I wanted to provide some insights on how you could improve some things. Ultimately, the main problem of government, the main burden is how much is spent. And unfortunately, in Kansas, there's too much that's being spent. And I know that's why you're looking at budget process reforms and how to spend less over time to make sure that you have the best use of taxpayer money that's coming out of the productive private sector. Today, I'd like to talk a little bit about budget process, also spending limits, I think is a key part to restrain the amount of government spending that is being spent over time, and also look at efficiency audits. But before we get into some of those recommendations, I'd like to talk a little bit about what some other states are doing. Maybe what they're doing well, what they could also be improving on. You know, whenever I was at OMB at the White House, you're looking at a budget of about $6 trillion. There's a lot of waste and abuse and other things that's going into that. And we looked at, you know, zero-based budgeting, going through and priority-based budgeting. I think those are going to be some key things to look at for the states as well. But something that I think is really important are spending limits. When you look at Colorado, which has went from red to purple to blue over time, one of the things that's helped them to restrain spending, no matter what the political situation has been, is their taxpayer bill of rights. The TABOR is what it's called, is a spending limit that limits the growth of the budget to no more than population growth plus inflation, which is a good measure of the average taxpayer's ability to pay for government spending. Now, it's been weakened a little bit over time by some courts and by politicians and things of that nature, but it still has been able to hold their spending to population and inflation and keep taxes down lower than it otherwise would be. And so I think that's been an important thing to address. We've also seen spending limits work in other countries, Sweden and others. The Swiss debt brake is another example of that. And so it's not just the states, which I think is important as we're talking about here in Kansas today, but also to look at what other countries have done. Florida, for example, has looked at long-term budgeting. You know, when I was at the White House, we had 10-year budgeting, was a 10-year budget window, which is a lot of assumptions, a lot of things that change. And so I don't know how far in advance you want to go, but maybe a couple of years, 2 or 3 years, I think looks good to figure out what's happening for the future. How are the trends looking for different areas of the budget, whether you look at healthcare, education, transportation. I think those things are really important. And it's something that's been able to work in Florida to help to to restrain the spending over time. I also do a lot of work with Louisiana. Louisiana has more of a top-down approach where the governor's budget is essentially the budget that's then used by the legislature, and then they make little tweaks here and there, but it really is more of a top-down approach, which gives the legislature very little say in what's happening with the budget. And I think, unfortunately, that's become a little bit more of like what it's like in Kansas as well, where the legislative branch, the legislature, should have more control over the budget than the executive branch. Louisiana, though, has been implementing efficiency audits where the Louisiana auditor, state auditor, has been doing efficiency audits of things like SNAP program, Medicaid, and some other programs that are out there to really take a deeper dive into what these programs are doing. Texas, which by the way, I should note this is where I live. I live near Austin, Texas. They use more of a bottom-up approach and use strategic-based budgeting. There's a lot of problems with what Texas budget looks like over time, but there are some key things that I do think that they have gotten right. One of those is to strengthen their spending limit to one that's based on population growth and inflation, and that's helped to rein in spending, allow for surpluses, which the state had $32.7 billion in surplus for the last biennium, and they're expected to have about $16 billion in surplus for the upcoming biennium to provide for property tax relief, other types of tax relief that's out there, and also using independent efficiency audits, where it's an external third party that provides the efficiency audits compared with just what's done by the state auditor's office, which oftentimes you can run into a situation where you have the fox guarding the hen house. It's all within government that's creating and doing these audits. Why not allow for third parties to also look at what's going on within those systems? And then in Utah is another good example of how they have this one-door policy where they've been able to combine both the workforce programs that are out there in the agency along with Health and Human Services and a lot of the SNAP program and other types of safety net programs that are out there to have all in one place. And that's not only helped to reduce costs and provide some efficiencies, but also allow for there to be a one-stop shop when people want to go and, on welfare programs, but also are connected to the workforce, which is ultimately what's going to bring them out of poverty over time. And so I think when you look at the Workforce and Innovation and Opportunity Act, which is in Congress and going on this year, there's going to be some good opportunities for, I think, flexibility and potentially waivers for the future that will give you some more opportunities for reforms here in Kansas. So some recommendations built on, kind of my experiences in the past and research in these areas. My PhD is in economics, and so I look a lot at what's going on in the economy and how things could be improved over time and to ensure that there's not more money that's being taken out of the productive private sector. That's where the growth is going to happen, and to have more economic growth and prosperity. But some ideas that I think are really important are providing annual budget analysis. So you have the budget that's passed, but then look at it throughout each year to ensure not only that those dollars are being spent wisely, but that we're getting the effectiveness, the intended goals are being met for each one of these programs as well, I think is really important. Adopting priority-based budgeting. Zero-based budgeting is important. Start from scratch and build your way up. It's kind of costly, it's time-consuming to do some of those things. But there's also performance-based budgeting to make sure that you're getting the performance out of these. So a combination of those is priority-based budgeting, which I think if you're looking at the annual reviews would be a great opportunity for you all to make some suggestions, make some changes, look at what these could be like over time. And I think the priority-based budgeting could help to ensure that you're not overspending. Conducting independent efficiency audits, as I mentioned previously, I think that would be something else really to look at. Strengthening the spending limit. The Kansas Policy Institute, what we've looked at is called the Responsible Kansas Budget, which does not grow by more than population growth plus inflation. Looking at all state funds is a good way. All funds would be ideal, but I understand sometimes you want to exclude the federal funds, so just look at all state funds. But when you look at that over the last decade, right, the Kansas budget has spent about $4.6 billion more than what population growth plus inflation would suggest. It's a lot of money. And it doesn't necessarily mean cuts right away or anything like that. What it means is to start to slow the growth in the future to ensure that taxpayers are not being overburdened by excessive government spending. And then long-term financial planning, as I mentioned before, looking at what maybe the budget looks like over the next couple of years, along with economic forecast. And then another key point here is to reducing the dependency on federal funds. One of the things that we do have at the federal level is a fiscal crisis, a spending crisis that's going on, running $2 trillion plus in deficits every year, $35 trillion in national debt. One of the things that I'm concerned about for states is that when the budget is around a third of coming from federal funds, meaning your other pocket is coming from taxpayers, whether it's in the front pocket, back pocket, some pocket, it's coming from all of us, right? The first place that I think that they're going to start cutting is the funding to the states. Whether that be Medicaid, that 90%, 70%, bringing those rates down, they're going to have to find some sort of ways to cut. We've had a huge increase just in the last few years on the Biden administration of increases, whether the Inflation Reduction Act, even the CARES Act before, ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act. This is a lot of additional money to the states that will not continue to come in. In fact, you've probably already seen a lot of that already falling off the budget. And so that's another area that you want to look at. How dependent is Kansas on that federal funding, given those challenges that are happening at the federal level. So I think by adopting these sort of practices and continuing to look at these budget process reforms like you're doing today and have been doing, I think are a great step in the right direction for Kansas and to ensure that dollars are being spent wisely and effectively and efficiently across the state. So I'll stop there. I'm glad to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I guess my first question would be, let's go back to Texas. Mm-hmm. Obviously, you said that's where the state where you live. And it starts with a ceremonial budget from the governor. What is a ceremonial budget?
It's the budget that lists a set of priorities. There's not a item by item, here's what we want for Medicaid and education, those dollar amounts. They're very broad. Here's what we would like to see in the next budget. Let's say it's school choice or new accountability system. They're very broad policy provisions that they include within the budget. And then there's some top line numbers of what they would like to hit.
So mostly it's just like bullet points from a State of the State speech that would probably looked into, but
Yeah, it
it's
is a
not a
little more fleshed
formalized
out.
budget that
Yes,
goes
what's
to
that?
the, it's not a formalized budget that goes to the legislature.
No, that's correct.
All right. Then my next question, where it says recommendations for Kansas, and it says providing annual budget analysis and evaluating the budget and specific programs for the budget committees after regular sessions annually. Now, is this a suggestion that all of our budget committees meet after the regular session? Because we do have the legislative budget committee that meets periodically during the interim, and we do focus on items that were added in the budget and reevaluate those. So are you saying we need to expand that beyond the LBC?
I think what going at here is it could be expanded depending on what the different areas of the budget you want to highlight. So the budget committee meeting annually is important, but there are also key areas like on healthcare or education that could also be informative to what's going on in the budget as a whole. Also, the state has zero-based budgeting on the books and statute, but hasn't been used, appropriately over time. So that's something else to maybe check on as well.
Right. I know in past meetings that we've had throughout the years, we have focused on zero-based budgeting, and then there's other interim committees that actually talk about some of the other items that have been included in the budget. So I was kind of wondering about that particular recommendation.
Sure.
Representative Helgerson.
Thank you very much. Could you go back and relate what you said at the beginning of your speech? What was it about spending?
Spending is the ultimate problem of government. Was that it?
I just wanted to hear that in this room because it's nice to hear it after the discussions we've had in the last few years. And I say that because of the bills I've introduced. There is a difference between, I have argued that it's not the process, it's not having something in the Constitution, it is not something in the statute, it's basically having in Kansas 63 and 21 that will agree to not spend as much money. Process, we have a very lengthy process now about how we deal with the budget. But ultimately it comes down to legislators wanting to take quite often the easy route, and that is to give people what they want, or lobbyists what they want. Have you found this to be the same in other states?
Yes, yes. A big issue has been taxpayer-funded lobbyists in particular, right? Where you get taxpayers, lobbyists who come in to advance and grow government at the expense of taxpayers is a bad situation. But I've seen this in a lot of other states where there's the discussion about growing particular areas of the budget without looking at what are the results and how effective.
I don't disagree with you, but the majority of lobbyists aren't for government sectors, they're for private groups. And they may lobby on their own in a different way. You and I actually, and people may agree or not in this room, those of you that know me fairly well, you and I actually agree, as crazy as that is. We both want to stop spending. We had a constitutional amendment that was proposed years ago in the House, and it was not passed. I have tried to do statutory changes. How do you feel, and how do you think can we accomplish it through a statutory measure, such as, and I'll give you a scenario. Governor's office is cringing right now. The governor puts their budget together. Then this August body or something similar gets the budget and says, well, the governor said that we want to have a 2% growth in our budget. We think we should be at 1%. So we're going to charge all the subcommittee chairs that are all Republicans, you only can increase your budget 1%. And this would come from the president or the speaker, and this is the law. And if you want to put more than 1% in, then you have to find it from some other process, some other category. Would that work?
I think that could work.
That's
Yeah, I
good.
don't see
Thanks.
why not.
We'll leave it.
Yeah, and I do think it's important to have these spending limits and other things within the Constitution, right? So that way you need a 2/3 vote instead of a simple majority vote in order to overrun what's in the statute. But if all you can do is get in the statute, that's certainly a better step than having the less effective spending limit today.
Representative Helgerson.
That's fine. We'll leave it at that.
Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I like your last name, by the way. That's Vance Ginn, so McGinn.
Well, nice to meet you.
You too.
And thank you for being here today. I was just curious if your organization ever looks at new programs that are added by the legislature. And I want to just put Medicaid expansion aside because I think that'll be decided eventually by the people one way or another. But I've looked in the last few years, we've had a lot of extra spending, more so than the governor has even proposed. And I didn't know if your organization lobbies against some of that or not. My concern, of course, is I was the budget chair when we were broke twice and had to dig out of that hole. And it's actually easier to be a budget person at that time. You just tell everybody no.
Oh, yeah.
But I've noticed here we've spent a lot of money on universities because of their lack of attention for rebuilding or taking care of their buildings and things like that. But it's just exploded and it's happened. And also special projects in people's hometowns. And I understand the legislature is elected and has the opportunity to put things in that budget. That's why we're here.
Yeah.
But there's just been an explosion in this area. And so what happens, you get a new program, and now it's implanted in the underlining budget, and it's really hard to get rid of it later. And so my question for you is, has your organization talked about this, and do you ever lobby against some of these special projects that are going on that are over and above what we traditionally do?
Dr. Ginn.
Yes. I appreciate that point, and I think overall, we usually look at the top line numbers, like in the Responsible Kansas budget, to make sure that the priorities are set within that spending restraint. But within that, we also look, and advocate for zero-based budgeting to make sure that those programs are being used wisely and efficiently in the priority-based budgeting. And then there's some analysis also done on different programs that are added in. And so I think by looking at those, it helps to set priorities for the legislature about what should be added and what not over time. One thing that I've seen in a lot of the states is that it is important to go in and look at each one of these programs, but also understand that each program then adds up to the overall budget. And so what I've seen is if you start from the top, you can look at limiting the growth of the budget, and then that pushes you down to see how you prioritize down inside the budget itself. And so that's something that I would usually suggest is why I'm so big on spending restraint at the top, and then that forces you to prioritize other programs within the budget.
Senator McGinn.
Thank you.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so I know we're talking about budget reform, but it goes hand in hand with tax reform, which is something Kansas desperately needs. And because we don't have good tax policy, we constantly are providing carve-outs for different entities. And that's something that we've been trying to get a handle on, and yet have still not been able to get a full handle on how much annually that we give away in economic incentives. So my question to you is, in your list of recommendations for Kansas, I don't see anything on here that asks us to have full transparency of what incentives we are giving so that we can understand what we are leaving on the table or how we can make things more equitable. Because when I think of a ledger and for our budget, we've got revenues and expenditures, but we don't talk about the other picture, which are the billions of dollars that we give away or millions in certain types of incentives that maybe are not even producing results. And we've still been trying to get that from the Department of Commerce. I go to their transparency database somewhat frequently, and it's still not doing what it's supposed to do by statute. So help us understand how that piece of the equation would actually help us in budgeting if we knew what we were giving up or Because I think that's a really big piece missing from it.
Yeah.
Dr. Gann.
Yes, sir. It's a great point, and it is something that should be looked at and made transparent. Each one of those projects should be included in a list and how much that the amounts were that were put out to ensure not only that the taxpayer knows where those dollars are going, but to be able to check later on whether or not the number of jobs are being created, the amount of economic activity, of the reason why they got that tax break to begin with. Because too often from the research that I've looked at and done, a lot of these programs do not provide the economic benefits over time, and too often we don't look at it later on. We see what happens, maybe we put a good effort in to not do it in the initial stages, but then we don't check to see if they actually created those jobs, and often long-term. And usually they're short-term jobs, right? They'll have a new project that comes in with this tax break or something, there'll be short-term jobs, and then there won't be the long-term jobs that'll be, that were promised. And so I think that is something that needs more transparency.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just the final point would be a question. Do you think this would be productive? I think about not just our budget, but I think about our local budgets and how we have tried very much to create transparency for our local entities and our constituencies so that they can understand, for example, property tax, because that's the big debate. But nobody at the local level really can grasp. They think everything is related to valuations, and therefore that's why their taxes are going up. So my question is, in terms of budget, and the budgets are budget hearings are presented or made public for all of our constituents, for every entity. If they also put in those budget hearings how many dollars for neighborhood revitalization was given away that year, how many dollars were abated on properties that year, what was the, what were the sales tax exemptions? I think that's only us, but I guess what I'm trying to lay out is the idea that that ledger for the public good should include what we're deducting annually off of so that now here's our budget and we've got to fill this gap.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's something that also you can speak to about being sure that we understand what we're taking out that we're going to have to fill back up.
Yeah, it's a great point. And I will just say in Texas, there's the Texas Comptroller. Every 2 years publishes a report, the tax exemptions and tax incidents report. And it goes through all of the exemptions that are in there, maybe not line by line, but definitely provides a lot of information that increases transparency. And it also shows you the tax incidents of who is actually sharing the burden of these different taxes. And so I think increasing that transparency, maybe even looking at a report like that, could be very beneficial for Kansas. And to your other point, though, I think you're right that the budget does go along with taxes. And it's all part of the budget, just different sides of the same coin. And so that's another thing, too, when you have spending restraint, let's say population and inflation as one measure, any sort of surplus should be provided to tax relief. And so now you have a connection between spending restraint, spending less, and tax relief in the process, reducing income taxes, other things of that nature. And I think that also helps for the public to understand the importance of spending restraint. One of the things that I've found over time that makes it difficult to talk about spending restraint is the public says, and your voters, right? Well, what does it matter to me? I want these handouts. Well, I think that there's a great way here to spend less and then provide tax relief so now they get more money in their pocket. And I think that's going to be hopefully the next sustainable or responsible budget revolution that I'm trying to head up.
Well, in thinking about Representative Williams' question, and maybe this is a correlation to the question, or maybe it's not, but in 2004 to 2006, I lived in the state of Texas. And so the state had, 0% income tax. Yeah. The state sales tax, and maybe things have changed. Obviously, that's been nearly 20 years ago. It's hard to believe that, but it was pushed down because of state actions to the local communities. Because the property taxes that I paid in Plano, Texas, are 3 times as much as what I pay now. Back then. Yeah. So it was. Even though the state was having these tax reductions, it was being pushed to the local communities to try to make up the amount that they were not getting from the state. And so, when I first got in the legislature, and there was a push to glide path to zero. And they were asking me, oh, you lived in the state of Texas with a 0% income tax. Did you see savings? I said, no, I didn't. And really, to be quite honest, when I moved from Kansas to Texas, I would probably say it was minimal as far as my income tax, the state of the reduction that I received. But where it really had an impact was on the increases in the sales tax in Collin County and the increase in the property taxes in Collin County to try to make up for those services that maybe the state of Texas was not providing because they had made other adjustments in tax policy.
Yeah. You lived in Plano?
Yes.
I live in Round Rock, so a little further south than that. But you're right, property tax burden in Texas is high. According to the Tax Foundation, it's the 6th most burdensome in the country. And some claim that that's because we don't have a personal income tax. And I'd say that's not true. When you look at it, you also have Tennessee, Florida, start there, that doesn't have a personal income tax. They rank 26th. Tennessee ranks 37th. And they don't have a personal income tax either. The reason why, and I've done a lot of research in this area too, it's the excessive local government spending. What they've done is they've raised taxes, property taxes, to pay for the local school district, the cities, counties, and importantly, special purpose districts, like municipal utility districts and everything else. Those have grown over the last decade or 2 decades by over 500% just in the special purpose districts. And so it's not necessarily the state. In fact, over the last 6 years, the state has used about $18 billion to reduce the school property tax. But what's happened is all the other taxes go up. So it's important to also put the restraint. I know the truth in taxation in Kansas has been important. And what Texas has tried to do is to move to the no new revenue rate. So if the local governments want to go up by any dollar, 0%, go up $1, they're going to go up to the voters in order to raise the taxes. Right now it's 3.5% for cities and counties and 2.5% for school districts. So there's still a lot of excessive spending that's happening in Texas, you're right. And what I would say though is I would rather Texas not have a personal income tax and still have the sales tax, a little bit higher property tax because of the economic burden from income taxes. Income taxes distort our willingness to work and our productivity. And so it's a huge cost whenever you're thinking about how do you order these burdens of taxation. Income taxes is one of the worst that you could have. And so I think it's important for Kansas to continue to keep moving to zero income taxes, especially when you have so many states that are competing within this income tax direction of going to zero.
Well, and the other example that I would give, and then I'll turn it over to Senator Sykes because she's next on the list. But like in regards to the growing Dallas Metroplex, and when I was living there, the George Bush Tollway had just been completed. You also have the Dallas Tollway that is going through the heart of Dallas. Then you had 635, or also called the LBJ, that was renovated to where you have free lanes, and then you also have the toll lanes. And so in order to accommodate the growth of the Metroplex and to have a highway system, it ends up being a toll, which is just another tax.
Yeah, that's true. And that's all decisions mainly made by the local level. There are some at the state level too. And you're right, there's also a lot of people moving to Texas. On average, there's 1,200 people that are moving to Texas every day.
As what, 4 of the largest cities in the nation?
Yeah, up to 31 million people now, so it's a massive state. And this is contributing to housing issues and property taxes and everything else. And so, but your question though, the fundamental question though, is still important of how much is the state passing along to the locals? And what I've seen too is how much is locals are passing on to the state, because now there's these discussions of how much in local spending should be on education versus state. And these sort of decisions have been interesting to watch as well.
Like I said, it's been 20 years since I've lived there.
Sure.
So Senator Sykes.
Thank you for being here. Just a couple questions, and I believe, and I think this was discussed at the last meeting, just kind of the economic impact when we pass legislation. I don't think we always take that. We look at fiscal notes, but not necessarily economic impact. But my question to you, and I appreciate all of your recommendations, but there's a cost to these recommendations. And from 13 years ago, the Texas Legislative Budget Board had a staff of 150 members to do this. Granted, that I think they're the third largest budget in the country, so we're not going to be up there. But Oklahoma, probably more similar to us, they had 12 staff who were helping with this. So yes, maybe we find more efficiencies, but we're also growing government and adding to that for this. So can you just kind of comment on that?
Sure. I think one of my favorite economists, Thomas Sowell, said there are no solutions, only trade-offs. And so you're correct that there will be trade-offs along the way. I would hope that you wouldn't have to move from 12 to 150 staff. That would be pretty substantial. But there likely would be some increase necessary there. But hopefully with the savings that you're able to find and the information and the transparency that you're being provided as legislators will help you to make better, more educated decisions on what's going on with the budget and find restraint and find cost savings so that it can more than pay for the additional staff that you may be able to bring on. I'm not here to advocate for more staff, but I do understand that there may be some of those costs that come along with it.
Senator Sykes.
Yeah, and just to follow up, and maybe this is for research or revisers, but as we're looking at this and maybe moving there, so Texas had 150. I don't think we're going to need that, but also duplicating, because I think our budget office is probably between 10 and 12 full-time. So, I mean, we would be, if we were trying to duplicate that, adding. So we would have 24 members trying to do the same job.
Sure. And one thing I would say just real quick is that the Texas budget is $320 billion. So, compared to the Kansas budget, and that's on a biennial basis. So divide that by 2, what are you, 160 billion? It's still a massive budget. And so that's also something to consider.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. again, for being here. Clarification, then a question. You mentioned that Kansas has spent, I believe you said, $4.6 billion over growth and inflation. And what was that time period? I didn't catch that.
So that is the current budget. Had it matched population growth plus inflation over the last decade, it's $4.6 billion more in the current budget, or that was in the 2024 budget. So that was the latest numbers I used. And then if you look over the last decade and you said what was the delta between the two, so the compounded amount over time, it's closer to about $15 billion that have been spent more than population growth plus inflation.
Okay, thank you. And then my question is, apparently about 10 years ago, Kansas did look at doing zero-based budgeting. That was before my time in the legislature. And from the notes of our previous meeting, it was said, but agencies did not follow the process. So have you found that to be true in other states? And if so, what were the consequences, if you know of any, for agencies not following that process? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Gann.
Yes, great point. And unfortunately, I have seen that in other states as well. I think it's tough, right? Because you do want to put in that you're doing zero-based budgeting. I don't think you want to be over-prescriptive of how that budgeting process works, because then you can get into the minutia of everything and you could actually stifle the results potentially. However, what could be some of the teeth? Because there's usually not the teeth that's there. One thing I do know is that when I was at OMB at the White House, we would bring in the different agencies and the different members, and we would go through and do basically zero-based budgeting, and we could ask them questions about each thing. And so the staff would provide the information, and some of them were career staff, some of them were political staff, and we just had to be cautious about what was being provided to us as members of OMB at that time, as senior staff. And so what I would suggest is try to find some way to have some teeth in there. I don't know exactly what that would be right now, just ballparking or thinking it through with you. Maybe if it's not done appropriately for zero-based budgeting, that there is an automatic 5% across the board cut, or there's 5% in savings, or 2%. I don't know what the exact number is, but maybe there are some forms of teeth that kind of force these things to happen, or here's the fallback to what would happen to the budget. Incentives matter is another key thing in economics, and I think that could also lead to some positive incentives.
Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's really a little bit more about the property tax discussion, and if you don't mind, before I lose my thought, I just think as part of that discussion, as I've been looking at it over the last 20 years, we've really eliminated a lot of revenue sources to our local governments, and that has indeed somewhat forced dependent or more burden onto the local property tax. So as we go forward and look at that, I just think it's important that we look at that and kind of figure out what is the toolbox that we give to our local governments that gives them a little bit of diversity so it doesn't continue to put that more burden on property tax. So, and I apologize for being late. I didn't get the updated calendar invite. So anyway, and I know that's a little bit off of our topic for budget, improving our budget process, but I didn't want to lose that thought because I thought it was important.
All right. Thank you, Representative Curtis. Yes.
If I could, Representative Curtis, one thing I do think is important is to looking at spending limits that cover the state and local government. That's what Colorado's Taxpayer Bill of Rights did. It actually covers the state spending and local spending. And so that way you can also put restraint on the spending at the local level that leads to higher property taxes. And so that's another way to look at this.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Vance, for being here. I am remembering that we had an efficiency audit, and we're not able to accomplish a lot. I will mention that serving on the Senate Committee for Agriculture and Natural Resources, we did see the Department of Agriculture submit a zero-based budget, and it was very helpful at that point when we went through that, but I know a lot of work. So it's not that, and I don't know how many agencies, other agencies might have done that, but we saw that. My question to you is just based on one of the phrases. It's in your second paragraph. It says, regardless of who proposes the budget. And I'm asking that because we've kind of, I'm not understanding yet if the governor is required to present a budget, and there's particular rules. And now we're talking about the legislature presenting a budget. So are you saying you think we should have one budget? Any comments on that? Or have you seen any states that have competing budgets?
Dr. Ginn.
Sure. It's a great question. And I think when you look at the different budgets, I mean, there's 50 different budgets going on. If you look at local budgets, you got many more than that. And so what I've seen that tends to work better than other, I don't know if it's the best, quote unquote best, but better is when you do have the governor who statutorily must submit a budget, and that's pretty much in every state. What I think tends to work best is whenever there are top line numbers and there are policy indications of what should be in the budget. But if it becomes too top down to where the overall budget is set almost by the governor, in particular this happens in Louisiana a lot, and there's very little tweaks that can happen by the legislature. To me, for one, I think that oversteps the bounds of the different branches of government, from my view, that the governor should be able to, here's the indications of what we want to do, and the legislative branch should be the ones that create the budget at the end of the day. And so I think by working in tandem, there could be multiple budgets that are out there, but really it's set the stage for here's what the overall vision is for the state by the governor, and then the legislative branch does their work. Now, some states will have, like in Texas, for example, there is the Senate that will submit their own budget, and then there's the House that will submit their own budget. And so now there's two that compete, and they get passed, and they go into conference, and and a lot of the states will do it that way. So there can be multiple budgets. I'm not opposed to that, but that there should be more control, influence on what's going on with the budget from the legislative branch versus the executive branch would be my main takeaway there.
Speaker Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This fall, I had the opportunity, just for the committee, I had an opportunity to attend the speakers conference, and that was one of the things I asked many of the speakers, how does your state handle the budget? A lot of them were surprised that we go solely off of the governor's budget. every single one of them said their governor is required to present a budget report, which is what ours says, a budget report. It does not say that the governor will produce a budget bill. It says a budget report, which is what is required in our statute. Many states, and I think there's 15 states where the legislature actually does their budget. They receive the budget report from the governor, but they do their budget. And certainly they do exactly what we're talking about, is to consider the governor's budget report and incorporate those things into their budget that they feel they agree with that particular governor's priority, and those that they don't agree, they don't put in there. And so really what we're really suggesting here is to do exactly what many of them are already doing.
Yeah.
We produce our budget. We use, we don't get the actual big budget from the governor, the budget report, until, you know, actually by statute, 8 days later, but then it takes KLRD, who they do a yeoman's job in giving us the information, but it takes 3 weeks or so to assemble that. And so this gives us a way to get started at a much earlier time frame and to be able to utilize our session time in a much more efficient manner. And that was the one thing those other speakers talked about, was the fact that they have actually quite a bit of time to work on their budgets, and we are always crunched working on a budget simply because of when we get it. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Helgerson.
There were some really nice comments in the last few minutes, but I want to go back first of all to one thing. You made a comment about public sectors. This is a true story. I had a strong supporter of your organization, and we'll leave it at that, come to me and tell me, you know, generally doesn't like taxes, doesn't like spending. And by the way, could you put in $30 million in the appropriation bills and a proviso? It's honest to God, and you may remember some of this conversation. I have some real strong reservations, because problem is, again, getting people just to say no. The only way I got the House to agree to it one time was I didn't tell anybody I was offering the amendment. And then a couple members in this group here right now were surprised, and they said, oh, Guy, I guess we have to follow through with this. I still don't know how we can change the system. Changing the process is one thing. Yeah. But it is convincing people, and you hit on it earlier, the idea that there's a carrot and a reward. The reward is you get lower taxes. The carrot is you have to make the tough decision. But so often they're separate that it doesn't work. I agree with many of your ideas. I just don't know what the process is to make sure that we are committed, because many of the people out in the audience and that are listening here right now are going, oh, Helgerson, shut up. We want more money for our programs. And all of us, when we're making those tough decisions, understand that, yeah, this is what the problem is, that we're lobbied on one day, for one direction, and lobbied on the other for the other direction. And I tend to still believe that the way to handle this is a budget resolution made by the body rather than a constitution. First of all, I don't think you can get a constitutional thing done. So I appreciate your comments, but keep in mind, some of your key supporters are some of the biggest individuals about getting money in special ways.
Yes, Dr. Ginn.
I'm not aware of that or anything, but I appreciate the thoughts. But I will say that I don't have a silver bullet either, right? In how to get spending under control. However, I do have a lot of research and ideas and seeing what's happened in other states. And this is why I think the Responsible Kansas budget that the Kansas Policy Institute puts out is so important as a guideline. Even if we don't have it in statute, a stronger spending limit, or in the Constitution, I think that there should be the grassroots and others start to push less spending as being the answer. Because when government grows, the private sector shrinks. There's only two sides if you think about it that way. It's all coming out of the productive private sector. And so, yes, there are going to be some needs for government. To preserve liberty should be the number one thing. But otherwise, we should be letting the productive private sector do this. And I think that's also where you have this connection between spending less and using surplus money to reduce taxes. Now you have a connection. Now you have a carrot and a stick. And one of the lessons, that I've learned from and talked to folks about is in Kansas, right? There was this big discussion last decade about the failure of what happened in Kansas, and some blame it on the tax cuts that happened. But I think the evidence is pretty clear that it wasn't from the tax cuts, it was from the overspending. And then the overspending pushed the higher taxes that came about later. So we've learned these lessons. And many states now have learned that lesson and moving to the future. So I'm willing to work with you on some additional spending items, though, because we've got to get spending under control. That's the main problem.
Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quickly, because I know our time is running short here, but on the dependency on the federal funds, the federal government's broke. Nobody wants to admit that they're broke.
Yeah.
And that money cannot continue.
Correct.
We're spending more on interest today than we do the national defense. I mean, you can just go down the line. So what kind of ideas do you have in reducing our dependence on federal dollars?
Yeah, it's a great point, and of course I agree with you, as we have a spending crisis, and it's one that we're feeling today. Some have said for years that deficits don't matter and that we're not going to feel the full effects. We are feeling the effects. We're feeling the effects from higher inflation, higher interest rates, a housing affordability crisis. These are direct results of what's happening in D.C. And you add in the Federal Reserve and their balance sheet. We've got a lot of problems for a while that's coming from the federal level, so something will need to be done. I think part of this will be, what I've looked at is block grants to the states. For Medicaid types of reforms, maybe for education type of reforms, and to ensure that here in the state, if you're looking at spending restraint and how much it should grow over time, remember that the Medicaid dollars that you put towards that program are then matched, right, by the federal matching assistance program from the federal level. And so if there are ways to rein that back, Medicaid expansion, of course, puts you in a bigger dependency on the federal level than places like Texas that haven't expanded Medicaid. But even on education, what are the connections that are happening in order to see, okay, if we do this in education, that's going to bring down more federal funds, but that also makes us more dependent on the federal government. I think making aware, Senator, to your point that we have this crisis happening in D.C. and having these discussions to say, what are we going to do whenever these funds start going away? And because I think that they will. I think maybe it's from 33% today, let's say, from federal funds, goes down to 32, 31, 30. It just keeps going down. What sort of effects is that going to have across the state, and in particular with the budget? So I don't have silver bullets for that either, exactly what to do, but I do think making sure that we're aware of it and adding transparency in those federal funds and identifying where those dollars are going, kind of like we talked about earlier with the corporate welfare types programs and exemptions and stuff like that, and making those transparent. We should be transparent about where all those federal funds are going and where there might be savings moving forward. Welcome.
Senator Sykes.
Thank you. Just a question. When the speaker was talking, and it's not for you, it's for Jill. Sorry, Jill. The speaker said that the governor doesn't have to file a bill, but I feel like based on the memo from the last meeting that there are 3 parts that the governor has to do: a report of recommendations, and then part 2 was a detailed budget estimate for the fiscal years, and then part 3 was a draft of legislation. Am I reading that incorrectly?
Jill?
So I believe the statute says related legislative measure or measures. The governor's responsible for preparing related legislative measures or measures.
Senator Sykes?
So to follow up, that would be some sort of bill legislation.
Jill, and that may be more of a question when we get down to committee comments and recommendations. Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Ginn, I had a question about performance-based budgeting. I've been in the legislature just finishing my 4th year, but is there a state agency that performance-based budgeting really works well in, and are there other state agencies that it doesn't work so well in? For instance, you have transportation where they're overseeing, very tangible projects, where in human services, it's a little bit different. So could you comment a little bit about that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think you're right that there are certainly some agencies that, and part of their budget that you'll be able to do a performance-based budgeting because there are clear goals. And that's one thing I think we should think about when we're creating budgets in the agencies as well, as what are the goals that we're trying to achieve with each one of these dollars. And that's where the priority-based budgeting comes in. You got your performance, and then you also got the zero-based budgeting going together to create this priority-based budgeting. So for transportation, you've got a clear goal: build this road, build this bridge. And so you can measure that easier, I'd say, not easily, but easier. Whereas Health and Human Services, when you have a goal of SNAP to ensure that people get the food and the nutrition that they need, right, for the food stamps, that can be a little bit vague. It can be subjective. And so there may not be a clear distinction of that we're meeting our goals. But if you see that a certain share of the SNAP funding, maybe 40% of it in many states, is not going to the intended people we're trying to help, but it's going to administration and other costs, I think that's something that we should take a look at and see exactly why is that the case. Whenever taxpayers pay for these programs, they're intending for those dollars to go to the people we're trying to help, not to bureaucratic cost and bloat and everything else. And so those would be some of the areas that I think we could find a lot more efficiency in when we're looking at performance. It would be Health and Human Services in particular, probably education as well, since there's also some pretty clear goals that are going on. But yeah, I think that's a good point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we have 2 more individuals that are asked questions, and we'll move on to our next conferee. So Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. So are any states having success with sales tax exemption? Our state is, we exempt sales tax. I mean, it's crazy, quite frankly.
Dr. Ginn.
If I could, just to clarify your question, are they having success in removing the exemptions? Okay. Yeah. So in Texas, I'm not sure the exact amount of what it is in Kansas. Do you happen to know? $8 billion? Okay. In Texas, it's $41 billion per year, which, I mean, you have a massive number of people and all the other stuff too. So you're right. There's a lot of these exemptions that when they were put in place for the sales tax, at that time, there were a lot of people who pushed to not have their good or their service taxed. And that picks winners and losers. And as someone who's a fan of Milton Friedman, I don't think we should be picking winners and losers through the tax code. And so you've got to be very careful, because remember, everything that you exempt and you take them out of the base of the tax base, the higher the rates have to be in order to bring the same amount of tax revenue in. The broader that the base is, the more that you have within that base, the lower that the rates can be. And therefore, everyone can benefit, not just those who are politically connected to whatever that exemption may be. And so I do think, I haven't seen a lot of success yet, to your point, on removing those exemptions, but there has been more of a discussion about it in the last few years from places like Texas, Louisiana, hopefully here in Kansas and others, as you're looking at some of those exemptions and making sure the rates are the lowest as possible. Because you have some interesting dynamics, right? Prescription drugs usually have an exemption. Well, if you put a sales tax on that, you're going to get everybody coming out of the woodwork saying, why are you taxing this? Or maybe you have it on processed foods versus unprocessed foods. But just remember that all those that we make as exemptions, the higher the rates have to be. So there's always this trade-offs. Going back to the no solutions, only trade-offs idea, that there will always be trade-offs. So, but I would recommend continue to look at those, though, for sure.
And the final question for Dr. Yin, Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned that over the last decade, about $4 billion of spending over inflation and growth. Do you have an average number of percentage of what Kansas's average growth and then the inflation on that would have been the last decade? I know the last couple of years it's kind of skewed, but
Yeah. I don't remember right offhand. I can get it back to you, or I can look it up real quick. But yeah, there has been a growth that's been above that. I can get back with you on that.
Okay,
though.
yeah, if you could, that'd be great.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Yin, for being here.
Thank you.
The next individual that I have is Kurt Couchman, the Senior Fellow in the Fiscal Policy for the Americans for Prosperity. Are they in the crowd?
I'm virtual.
You're virtual. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Couchman.
Well, thank you very much. Chairman Waymaster, Vice Chairman Billinger, and members of the committee, thank you for holding this hearing. I'm Kurt Couchman. I'm Senior Fellow in Fiscal Policy at Americans for Prosperity. The Constitution of Kansas says the legislative power of the state is vested in the legislature. A legislature is where the people select individuals to seek mutual accommodation of their interests and views and perspectives. It's inspiring that you all are focusing on bringing the legislature to the center of budgeting. And budgeting is core to policymaking and legislative responsibilities, so it's an honor to recommend some best practices that should have bipartisan appeal as options for you to consider. The four things I'd like to focus on today are better budget targets, to focus on what's called structural balance. Second, a comprehensive budget that includes everything. Third, automatic continuing appropriations to take shutdowns off the table permanently. And fourth, requiring the governor to submit the budget request before giving the condition of the state speech. These are all top federal and state priorities for Americans for Prosperity to promote smarter, more effective, and more time-efficient budgeting. We have other proposals too, including spreading Kansas's truth in taxation and improving on it, and other local government upgrades. I wish I could be there in person with you all, but I have to be in Pennsylvania tomorrow to talk to some folks about some of these issues and some others. So first, let's drill down into structural balance, which is just balancing the budget over the medium term according to a rule. Do you all have the slides available?
We've just been handed out your testimony, but do we have slides? Yep, the slides are up now.
All right, perfect. So what we see now is the comparison of annual revenue, and this is Kansas data. Annual revenue, the percentage change from year to year is the orange line that jumps around, and a model of structural balance for a spending limit is the green line. So you can see that structural balance would enable much more stable policy as compared to annual balance. And that's because annual balance transfers the revenue volatility into policy instability. By reducing the uncertainty premium from policy instability, it makes it easier for entrepreneurs to invest and grow the economy, bringing more prosperity to Kansans. For legislators, it would help you all shift your focus to more thinking about durable improvements for Kansas, real upgrades, instead of reacting to the revenue estimates and proposals to adjust those. It also promotes fiscal freedom for Kansas relative to Washington, D.C. Congress will often provide bailouts to states, whether you need them or not, and those always come with a number of strings that last much longer than the money does. And occasionally, as we've seen in the last year, they can promote or even trigger inflation. With structural balance, you would save surpluses during the good years, and those would be used to fill gaps during a rainy day when the economy is not doing so well. Mechanically, what you would do to get to this is you would have spending grow along with something like a rolling average of GDP growth for your state. It could be personal income. They are very similar. This gives you, as you can see from the graph, a very smooth and predictable. Oh, actually, could we go back to the previous one? Very smooth and predictable platform to make policy on. You also want to have a deficit break to make sure that your spending and revenue stay together in the medium and long term, and also adjust for revenue changes like Indiana does and for emergencies. There are similar rules in place in Indiana, Connecticut, Florida, Washington, and perhaps some other states, as well as Germany and Switzerland. Vance mentioned the Swiss debt break. It's a very good model. In the federal government, in Congress, House Majority Whip Tom Emmer from Minnesota and Senator Mike Braun from Indiana have proposed something similar called the Responsible Budget Targets Act. And the American Legislative Exchange Council adopted model policy on that, I guess, almost 2 years ago, and President Masterson was in the room when that happened. Perhaps some others of you were as well. So if we can move to the next slide, Vance talked about Colorado's Taxpayer Bill of Rights, and I want to note that structural balance is different from that. The spending growth limit in Taxpayer Bill of Rights is limited to inflation and population changes. Colorado politicians have tried to work around this, and they have succeeded in some cases. So structural balance includes, but the Tabor spending limit does not include productivity increases, which are roughly about 1% per year. And the result of that, as you can see on this chart, is that the spending as a share of GDP declines over a period of time. And this goes back to if it had been the case since 1970 and 1990. You can see that's a pretty big change over an extended period of time. Now, if you do have excessive spending, including spending through the tax code, this could be a very fine outcome for a bit, but we don't know that it's the ideal long-term rule. And structural balance would give you an alternative where you could have long-term stability if that's what the legislature collectively decided was in the interest of the state. But the most important thing about it is that it reduces the noise within the budget process by evening out the fluctuations in annual revenue changes so that you all have more capacity to focus on real upgrades for your state. The idea is to empower the legislature to deliver on the policies that are best for Kansans. There does not appear to be any constitutional barrier to doing structural balance through statute. It might make sense to do a wraparound later to provide some additional supports there. All right, moving on to the second proposal. We can actually take the slides down for a moment. The budget really should include all spending and all revenue. This is what a comprehensive budget is. It's what would empower the legislature to not only include, but also to manage all spending and all revenue, including the foregone revenue that Representative Williams and some others have talked about. This provides transparency for all of the activities of the state government, all the spending, whether it's in the general fund or otherwise, whether it is a revenue rate or base, or whether it is a tax expenditure. And potentially, depending on how you would want to implement it, it could include more committees managing their portfolios. So if we could get slide 3 up again, please. This is from the latest governor's budget book, and this shows that the Kansas General Fund is about 35% of total state revenue. Ideally, you would have all of the federal money and other funds as well. States that get closer to the ideal of having everything in one budget bill are more efficient in terms of their spending as a share of personal income. And of course, all businesses, or at least all successful businesses, are looking at everything, all revenue, all sales, all costs, and looking for ways to do better. Part of the problem with the federal budget, which we've talked about being not so healthy is that the annual process focuses almost exclusively on the 12 appropriations bills. They're very important, but they're only collectively about 26% of spending, just 1/4 of spending and none of the revenue. Again, it's very important, but it's not the whole thing, and it only includes one committee instead of most committees. There is a bill to make the federal process into a comprehensive budget. It's called the Comprehensive Congressional Budget Act. That is bipartisan legislation. And the point of all of this is so that you can look more closely at the relative value of different programs and decide whether it makes sense to keep resources going to the thing that they're currently used for or something else. It makes the trade-offs inherently possible. You're looking at everything across the budget, and it helps you understand all the different activities that are going on, no matter where they might be, so that you can find and make use of opportunities to improve the value for your people. For example, the tax expenditures that have come up today could certainly be scaled back to make room for income tax rate reductions that would make generate more prosperity and more opportunities for people. And there's a million other things that you could do. It also would help provide more political cover to do the tough but necessary things. Sometimes pension reform needs to happen in order to put states on a better long-term track, and that's really hard to do. But when you're voting for it along with education and law enforcement and all the other things that states do that are really important, then you can chip away at some of these problems year after year. It also makes it harder to be unrealistic with policy on either side of the budget. There was the tax issue a decade or so ago, and that would have been much harder to do if everything had been together, so it all would have added up instead of assuming that one thing would follow the other thing. Now, a comprehensive budget would make it easier to hit any kind of budget targets, but especially the structural balance concept that we talked about a few minutes ago. Priority-based budgeting and zero-based budgeting have come up a lot. When you have everything in the budget and you have the stability and predictability of a good budget rule for spending targets, then it makes it a lot easier for that information to be useful. In the federal government, the Carter administration was really, really excited about zero-based budgeting. They started it in 1977. It created a lot of really interesting information. It was a lot of work. But Congress wasn't set up and still isn't set up to make use of that information well. So President Reagan killed it in August of 1981. So this one, I don't think you need to change statute. Maybe you do, but I don't see a constitutional barrier to it. It might just be a change in practice, but of course I would defer to the experts that you have in the room there. All right, that was comprehensive budget. Moving on to automatic continuing appropriations. Ultimately, shutdown risks, the risk of a shutdown, not even the actuality of a shutdown, the risk leads to a budget bloat and a deficit of deliberation in the legislature. You don't need to have government shutdowns. The federal government did not have shutdowns before Jimmy Carter's administration. I know I'm being mean to him. That's not personal. It's just when things happened. And there's actually federal legislation that's bipartisan and bicameral called the Prevent Government Shutdowns Act to reverse that. Within the states, Wisconsin and Rhode Island have had automatic continuing appropriations going back to at least the 1950s, but perhaps even before that. And what this means is that spending continues. There's no lapse in appropriations. Agencies and programs don't shut down. It continues at flat funding until the next budget or the next appropriations are enacted. North Carolina just adopted this in 2016. They have a Republican, it was then majority, now it's a supermajority Republican legislature, and they've had a progressive Democratic governor since, after the 2016 elections. And if not for this change, which was in their comprehensive budget bill in 2016, then things could have gone way off the rails over the last 7 or 8 years. But it's contained the drama to the legislature and the governor's office rather than causing disruptions throughout the entire state. One of the things that may be especially interesting for you to know is that shutdowns provide excessive leverage. Shutdowns provide excessive leverage to governors, and they end up forcing legislators to swallow the deal, whatever deal is come up with in the back room. There's a great book that talks through this. It's linked and referenced in my written testimony. It's called The Power of American Governors. And they talk specifically about how Gary Johnson was able to use this for very limited government purposes in New Mexico, but it really does sideline the legislature in a way that isn't really healthy for deliberative processes. And so automatic continuing appropriations help support that deliberation, and because they reduce the stakes of not passing a new budget in time. If everything just carries on until you get the new thing, then it just makes for a much healthier process leading up to the new budgeting. And that's because the contributions of legislators are how you earn the votes for the ultimate budget bill. It's not, buying people off with bloat and coercing people to vote for this, or you're responsible for the shutdown. And also tying back to something from the previous hearing of this committee, Mr. Masterson talked about default rules. And this is a sort of default rule that would support a legislature-initiated budget, because you would start with the current levels when you are building that legislative budget, and then you would adjust based on the conversations you have in the legislature and with the governor's office. You would need to do some statutory changes to make this possible. But there is good model legislation from especially Rhode Island and Wisconsin. The North Carolina one is a little more complicated. And then finally, the idea of putting the budget request or budget proposal from the governor before the condition of the state speech. I believe that Kansas governors typically do the condition of the state speech before they give the legislature their budget request or budget proposal. I'm a stickler for putting requests or proposal after the word budget with respect to the governor, because it's ultimately the legislature that should be driving the decisions in the budget. So the condition of the state is a really important conversation about priorities for the state going forward. And when the governor withholds the materials from the budget book and so on from the legislature, from the press, and from the public, it gives the governor an undue advantage when those conversations begin. So all you have to do is switch the order. First, require the budget proposal, and then allow the governor to do the condition of the state speech. There's a federal bill along these lines called the Submit It Act, and Senator Marshall is a co-sponsor of that. And then you'd be all able to review the entire agenda, all the proposals, and the existing data before the speech. And so you'd have all that context, all that information, and there would be a more balanced and productive conversation that you could have around the condition of the state speech when you're setting off the budget process for the year. There is a concurrent resolution from the legislature that invites the governor to give the condition of the state speech. Perhaps all you would need to do is let the governor know that the legislature will take up that concurrent resolution upon receipt of the budget request. So to wrap up a little bit, you do need statute, I believe, for automatic continuing appropriations, and for structural balance. You may not, or maybe probably don't, to require the budget before the condition of the state speech, or to do a comprehensive budget, although that one I'm a little fuzzier on. Thank you for allowing me to share these thoughts with you, and I look forward to your questions and the discussion.
All right, thank you, Mr. Couchman. Committee, are there any questions for Mr. Couchman? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question, and it actually is a follow-up of our Senate Chair, and it goes to the federal debt. And I'm just on a website right now, which is the total debt. It's the debt clock. And what I'm looking at, and this will relate to our budgets, promise, right now the unfunded liability in the U.S., it calculates it at $219 trillion and growing. That's the unfunded liability. So my point in that is, what would be your best recommendation for state budgets that lean into or depend on federal dollars, and many of those dollars come when we're not in session, and it's the hardest thing for us to, because it actually drives our budgets up as well. And we often hear, if you don't take it, you're paying your taxes anyway, it's going to go somewhere. What would be your recommendations for how we get a handle on federal dollars, whether it be transparency or understanding its impact on our budgets?
Absolutely. Thank you, Representative. That's a great question. And the top line answer is that you want to have maximum ability to adapt to whatever comes at you. And part of that comes from a budget process that is comprehensive, where you can really focus on the structural challenges you need, and you can have the conversations in a healthier way, as the four items I talked about would do. There's also the the program modification side of things, that you can think of there being a budget side and an authorizing, or like the permanent laws that are in the code. You need to be able to manage all of that, and that's probably a longer conversation than we can have today. But also, the federal government needs to have all of these pieces as well, and that's also something we're working on. But ultimately, what Congress is going to have to do over the next decade or so is going to be dramatic in a whole lot of fiscal policy areas. So the best way that you can prepare is to be well educated on the policies of Kansas and the policy nexus between Kansas and the federal government. And a lot of that comes from having a budget process that is really well tuned and helps inform you all and empowers you to make the choices that you'll have to make in the next 10 or 20 years.
Representative Williams. Any further questions for Mr. Couchman? Representative Howell.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I'll reserve my comments for member discussion later. Thank you.
All right, Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just curious on this condition of state speech. I have always had hope that when the opposing party gets to make their comments after the governor delivers their speech, that they have a draft or something of that. I think they get some highlights or bullet points by a visit by the governor. But I was just curious about this. Isn't that how the federal government works, is when the president gives the state of the state, the opposing party is kind of having to be taped ahead of time, and they don't have any of that information as well? Is this a similar process?
Mr. Couchman.
Oh, yes, sir. Senator, there's a similar problem between the federal government and the Kansas government and a number of other states as well, although most of them have the reverse order, and they don't have that. But since at least 2000, the President of the United States has been able to give the State of the Union speech before submitting his budget request to the Congress of the United States. And statute requires that the president submit the budget request by the first Monday in February. That has slipped. That's a problem. It makes it hard for Congress to do its appropriations work. And on the same day, the national security strategy is also supposed to come from the White House. And problems with that make it hard for Congress to do its annual security authorization work in addition to the appropriations work. So yes, this is a common problem between Kansas and the federal government. The Republican responses to President Biden over the last couple of years have been without the context of seeing the president's full budget proposals. And that really lets the president set the terms of the debate, because the president will always focus on the things that make the president look the best and tend to underplay the tough but necessary things involved with taking things away from people, for example. But you need the whole package to really have a proper discussion, and having it before the speech makes the speech better and also makes the conversation around that speech a better, more inclusive, productive conversation.
Senator McGinn, you have another question?
Yeah, no, I just want to continue.
All right, you may.
I would agree it would make the process better, but I think that at the federal level, this has been happening for decades, not just here in the last recent administration. But how many other states, and maybe you've already shared this, but are we a minority that doesn't allow the release of this information, or is this the majority of the states that do that as well?
By my count, Kansas is in the minority of states that have the speech before the budget proposal. Within my written testimony, there are links to two sources from the National Association of State Budget Officers, NASBO. One is to State of the State or Condition of the State speeches, the date of them this calendar year, and you can go back into the archives as well. And then the other link to NASBO resources is the date of the governor's most recent budget submission. So by comparing those, you can see what the timing or what the order of them has been in each state.
All right. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions for Mr. Couchman? All right, seeing none, thank you for being here. We do have written testimony that you have in your folders from the Kansas Association of School Boards. So please, if you'll look at that. From what I could tell is that they were in favor of a budget changing process in regards to the K through 12 education budget? I'm looking at the chairperson over there. All right. Committee, we're going to go ahead and move on to committee discussion on the budget schedule. And I think this is one thing that we discussed at length at the last meeting, and how exactly would we prioritize our schedule, not only during the legislative session, but also prior to the beginning of session on a change in the legislative budget process and development. One of the discussions that we had, obviously, it was brought up this morning, was in regards to the hearings by the agencies with the department administration. And I would say we'd probably have Nancy draft a letter on behalf of Senator Billinger and I to the budget director to notify the chairpersons of Ways and Means and Appropriations of any hearings that might be taking place after November 15th or whatever that date was that we discussed earlier. And if we are not able to make it, then we appoint somebody to attend in our place. So that way we have some idea of the appeals that the agency is going to be making. And we also have kind of some knowledge of exactly what the governor may have not included in her budget that should be submitting or in the budget report. Because they're obviously appealing those items with the budget director. So that would be the start. The next, we also talked about prior to the beginning of session at the last meeting, and I believe we referred to it, or some of us referred to it as an enhanced LBC. And I would probably want to, I mean, this is up to the Speaker and the President of the Senate, but I would probably want to change that larger committee beyond the Legislative Budget Committee to the Legislative Budget and Development Committee. And I think we talked last time, and we'll just kind of open it up for conversation about meeting in December with agencies and departments. So let's start the conversation in regards to how the calendar exactly would work and the budget schedule prior to session, and then once we discuss that, then we'll move on to once session commences. So any questions or comments? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is regard to the schedule of the meetings in December. Do we have an idea of how many days there would be, to schedule those meetings? In the Senate, we have had some of the work done by not standing committee, well, by standing committees rather than a budget committee, or so are we looking, I mean, when we talk about a December budget, how many meetings are we trying to fit in? How many different groups?
Well, and I'm probably going to defer most of the answer to that question to Speaker Hawkins and also to President Masterson, since the LCC would need to create this committee, and then they would allot the dates. And so it would be up to us working with those members of the LCC on depicting how many days that we probably would need. But I'll defer right now to Speaker Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Senate President Masterson is online. He's watching, so I'm not sure that he. Oh, here he is. Very good. So your entry was at a very opportune moment, but the Senate President and I have been talking quite a bit about this, and we think that the LBC, whatever we call it, will be much larger from the House side because we do have standing budget committees. We believe the Appropriations Chair, Vice Chair, all of the budget chairs, which I believe we have 6 budget chairs. We certainly, have to have the same thing on the Senate side. Theirs are not standing committees, so the Senate President will have to decide who is going to be on there. But one thing I think that we both believe we need is we need a pretty good geographical representation of the state in what we do there. And of course, you know, it's going to be proportional, whatever that looks like after the election, you know, that committee will be made up proportionally. So we'll just have to wait and see what that is. I don't, you know, I don't believe there's anything that is requiring us to do anything in statute for that. We will, as the LCC will have to approve the amount of days that they will have. And although that's still kind of up in the air, but I think you can figure, you know, the KLRD will probably be prepared to have information to that enhanced LBC probably somewhere in the early part of November. And the LBC could then come in. I would like to see our budget committees come in December and then have the appropriations and the Ways and Means chairs will be prepared with all of that information, and we can have a bill presented first day of session to where our folks can start working immediately and not wait 3 weeks for, you know, for the governor's budget to sift through the process. So maybe Senator Masterson may have some addition to that.
President Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I agree with everything, Speaker said. We have had these discussions. I think the key thing coming out of this committee, really appreciated the public comments today from the contributors and discussion earlier, really is, I think the key recommendation to come from this committee is what constitutes the legislature's budget. Right, so I think we've determined we should have one, right, that we should have a hold of that process. Getting into timing is really more of a chamber-specific kind of discussion of how that works and then working through that timing. But, you know, what is it, I think the recommendation I'd certainly like to see is what constitutes the legislature's budget. Now, I mean, in my mind, that's, you know, the current or prior, however you want to determine that, but the budget cycle we're in, less the one-time spending plus anything that LBC adds to that would be kind of your, and that, I think, you know, I used the term last time of default, but that would be kind of the standard process of what would then be compiled in a bill. And the timing would just need to then be accommodating to our staff, right, the legislative research and revisers to make sure they have adequate time to put that together. But I think it's key for us to get a position ahead of time.
Representative Helgerson.
I'm sorry I missed the first meeting that this committee had. So I may back up a little bit and just ask some questions. And I don't think my credentials will be challenged in this, that I agree with much of what has been said. But I'm asking this question, what do you really want to accomplish? And I'll say, most everybody knows in here, I've been an advocate for smaller budgets. Is the goal smaller budgets? Is the goal the legislature to be take more ownership in the budgets? Is it just straight, you know, and I'll be very honest, straight partisan, you know, whoever is in the House and the Senate can go after the governor or vice versa. And I say that I'm asking because some of these suggestions I've tried over the years, and some work, some don't. And so if you give me an idea, I'll mention this up front. And my wife always gets mad at me when I say this. You know, years ago when we did it this way, we didn't used to have it as partisan as we have it now in the appropriations process and the Ways and Means. And I think part of that is Washington filtering down. You know, there was room for rebels like me to be more conservative, and there was room for Republicans to be more liberal. And I think we lose something when we make it partisan. We need to really make an effort to make it bipartisan on whatever we do, because then you also generally will move the public in that direction also. They'll feel like they're more represented, not only geographically, but that it represents all the body. But I'm going to go back to the question, what do you want to accomplish?
I'll answer that first, and then I'll turn it over to the speaker and the president. So in the prior meeting, we also talked about, we're the appropriators. And the legislature, I think, needs to grasp that task that we have as far as being the appropriators. And what has been happening is we're waiting for the governor's budget. And this is not just the current administration. This also goes to the Brownback administration as well. Because I served on appropriations while he was governor, and I was chair for a year and a half before Collier stepped in. We wait for 3 to 4 weeks on the governor's budget. And then we're on a very extreme constricted calendar trying to get every agency, which last time we had 98 agency budgets that we go through in a course of weeks, that we can't really do a deep dive into efficiencies and cost savings for the taxpayers for the state of Kansas. Then the budget's bundled back together, and I believe everybody, did you receive my outline? Because I know some members said that they hadn't received it, but I just wanted to make sure. And so one of the things that we do, or have done, is in order to kind of bypass an item, we say, well, kick it off to omnibus. And we'll have that discussion later as well. And so then we have a second crack at the apple. And then we have a discussion on the omnibus budget bill. And it's all those items that we pushed off to not address before we did the mega. Now, last year, I will say, leadership went to the governor's office and said, can we get the budget quicker and sooner? So we don't have that constricted time frame. And they relented on a few agencies, but not on the entire budget. So we still sat around last year and waited. So what this allows us to do is to start the process sooner by having, and so we'll go back up to what we were first talking about, and then we'll talk about what happens after session starts. But in December, we can already start having the discussion on what the recommendations are coming from the agencies and the departments. We'll only have a recommendation to the House and the Senate because we're not formally in session, so we can't make any binding decisions. But at least the conversation has been had and it's out there. Then once session starts, we can have the budget committees on the House at least, depending on how we want to work out the schematics of how the House and the Senate are going to share the budget. But on the House side, we can have the budget committees from day one starting to have hearings and working on, if we have a budget that we're going to introduce, we can start on January, not 13th, because we start at 2 p.m. that day, but on January 14th, we can have the budget committee starting to work. And I just went through a handful of budgets that we had in our binder last year that was pretty much the budget committees agreed with the governor's recommendation, and the governor recommended the agencies. So we have the Kansas Corporation Commission, State Fire Marshal, State Historical Society, Behavioral Sciences Regulatory Board, Citizens Utility Ratepayer Board, Kansas Racing and Gaming Commission, Kansas Department of Revenue, which you would think would be a big one, Abstractors Board of Examiners, Kansas Lottery, Kansas Commission on Peace Officers Standards and Training, Kansas Sentence Commission. There's about 20 agencies and departments' budgets right here that we could have done within the first 2 weeks. And these are spread throughout all the budget committees in the House. And the one that we could also have done is the Office of the Governor. That is why we're looking at this process, to take ownership of the budget process. And then by having these taken care of in the first couple of weeks, then we can start analyzing the more involved budgets where the recommendations are higher. Like, for example, we'll take the Board of Regents. We can spend a lot of time on those as opposed to other budgets that are just taking up the time. The other thing that we're going to be discussing probably later, and the speaker and the president and I have talked about this, is pro forma days. I mean, we're going, most likely, I'm hoping, because they set the calendar, but pro forma days are going to be few and far between and maybe utilized in a different fashion. And so in order to have those long conversations in regards to what agencies and departments are asking, we are going to have committee hearings on maybe Friday afternoons or Monday mornings. So that's the purpose, and I'll turn it over to the speaker and the president. But that's the purpose, is to start the budget process sooner as opposed to the first week in February when we start having budget report outs and House Appropriations and Ways and Means. And then actually having a valid conversation on requests and recommendations and items. And then when the governor's budget report does come out, then those budget committees have already worked through the majority of their work, and then they can start going through the governor's recommendations from our budget report. And then when we start putting the mega budget together, that's a discussion that comes into this room when we're putting the mega together as the Appropriations Committee and Ways and Means. So Speaker Hawkins, or President Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and your comments were extensive enough. I don't need to add a lot, and I agree with all of it. But, I mean, I've not been here as long as my seatmate to the left, but I have sat on Appropriations or Ways and Means under 5 governors. And I wish we had this process under all of them. Right? I want you to be rest assured, Representative Helgers, and this is not partisan in any way. It's about informed decision-making, right? And it's particularly poignant in the Senate because we don't have the budget subcommittees. You get over a lunch hour looking at massive budgets. And so there's really no opportunity to understand those ahead of time. And if we have something base that we're looking at and evaluating early on, more information, more time makes better decisions. Now, I'm with you, hope it translates to lower budgets because you're getting a better look at things. But the real key is making sure it's our constitutional responsibility, right? As a legislature, that is our primary responsibility as a budget. And you sit there on pins and needles, right, until after the speech, and then you get this massive budget landed on you, and then we both do our own little thing and then collide at the end of the year. And it's just not an efficient process. It's not a workable process. We just do it because we've done it that way. I've learned we've had authority to do things in this committee that I didn't even know we had. Chairs that could sit in on, I didn't even know and I was the chair. So it's not partisan in any way. I wish we had it under every governor I sat under.
Speaker Hawkins.
So, Representative Helgerson, I think everything you said we agree with. Everything, every one of those pieces we want. I will say that for some reason our folks lost sight of what pro forma is. Pro forma is the legislative session on Monday and Friday, not all the committees. When we have pro forma, that doesn't mean the committees don't meet. Committees should be meeting on Monday. Certainly, it has been, since I've been here, a practice that very few committees do meet on Friday. Some do, but not many. I know Representative Howe has met several times on Friday. But pro forma means the legislative session of that day, the House session and the Senate session. It does not mean that committees don't meet. And so our Appropriation and Ways and Means Chair can control that. They can make sure that our folks are meeting, and certainly we'll follow up. I agree with virtually everything the Senate President said, and our chair. Our chair has got a good command of this. I do think if you look at the reason why this started, and Chair Waymaster alluded to it, I was never going to say anything publicly about that, but I went to the governor. Actually, the Senate President and I went and had a meeting at the end of session last year, not this year, but last year, and asked for her to get us the budget sooner. And like the chair said, we got a couple, but not really not enough to make any difference. And so the one thing that I hope, I guess, that I would add to what you said is that when people start really digging into the budget and understanding their budgets, they become more invested in their budgets, and they're going to make good decisions. Right now, it's just too easy. And I bet you he had 20 budgets there. I bet you there's a lot more in there that also have zero work done on them. They just take the governor's recommendation. Well, if we start at a certain place each year and then we start analyzing, they're going to understand that budget a whole lot more, and they're going to be willing to say, guys, we can't do that, or this is an area where we probably need to increase some things. So it's going to give, I think it's truly going to give our appropriators, the people who are intimately involved in the appropriation process on both sides, a better chance to understand their budgets and to do it right, and to dig into those things and have the time to really analyze and come out with the best product that we can come out with. You know, this first year, I think if anybody thinks that it's just going to work perfectly, I think they're sadly mistaken. It's going to be probably a little rocky, but we're going to get through it. We're going to learn, and we're going to become better at this process every single year. And I want to finish with this point. Never did the Senate President or I look at this as a political thing. It has nothing to do with this governor. It has to do with every governor I've served under. The one gripe I've heard consistently since I've been here, and I haven't been here as long as you have, but people don't feel like they've had the time to really understand their budgets and to dig into them and take a deep dive. This will give them that opportunity, so they'll never be able to say that again. So it gives us an opportunity to really come out with a great product at the end. So my comment.
All right, before I move on to the next individual, I'm going to go ahead and recognize some guests that actually walked into the room, and they are visiting through a congressional program called Open World, where persons in emerging democracies come to the U.S. to learn. And our group include journalists plus PIO advisor for the Kosovo President, Prime Minister, and Office of Internal Affairs. So welcome to the committee. Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's been some good comments made here today with very good intentions. I think the other thing, though, is as we move forward, if we move forward, you need to ask the question when we're all sworn in, not me, of course, but I mean, we're waiting, you know, for the budget at that time. We need to ask the question, why are we waiting? And you know, I was a budget chair. I was very frustrated because I think there was one year it felt like we couldn't start for 3 weeks. And so we need to work with also our staff because that's part of the problem. Are they understaffed? Are they getting information too late? You know, caseloads is a very important thing we need to have before we start putting together a budget. And so anyway, I'd like to find out if there's a glitch in that situation right there. So that would help speed up the process. So we need to have that conversation with Shirley Morrow and others in the revisor's office as well. But and so the next concern I have is where does the public weigh in? And when we talk about, let's just say it is possible, we could start either in November or the beginning of December and have something ready. My concern would be the limited amount of people on this new LBC budget committee would be, you know, do I go, as Joe Citizen, do I go look for the person I want to talk to figure out how to get my project inserted or make sure it's held harmless and those types of things. And so by the time you finish that budget and you say, I got a budget now ready to submit just the second day that you're here, has most of the work been done to where the public missed out on the public hearings? So if you do some of those, like you mostly mentioned a lot of the fee board stuff and things like that. You know, there needs to be a way that the public knows we're going to start ahead of time so that they can also testify during this preliminary legislative budget. So that would be a big concern that I would have. I know on the Senate side, since the House has standing budget committees, a lot of times some of those people, I'll ask them, I'll say, why didn't you come to our committee? And it's because they don't know when we're meeting. Because we just throw together, like Senator Masterson said, you know, let's do it over lunch, let's do it after we get off the floor. And it's very hard for the public to plan if they want to be part of this process. So I think that system right there itself needs to be fixed. And I know it's a numbers game and it's a room game and things like that. But those would be my concerns. But other than that, I think anybody that's been a budget chair has been frustrated because they can't get started early because they need more time to make sure they can take a deep dive and that type of thing. So those are my comments. Thank you.
I'll have Dylan answer the staff for research and Jill for revisers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, I will defer to Shirley on actual number of staff or requests for staff, but as far as timing is concerned, okay, and the way our documents work, just so everyone understands is, of course, you know, we get the governor's budget just, you know, with the agreement that was worked out just a little bit before. But for the majority of it, those documents cannot be released until the governor's budget has been recommended, at which point, you know, those documents need to be finalized because any errors injected into those documents just disrupt the process terribly. And that's kind of what drives the timeline currently. Okay, so just to understand the sort of timeline is, you know, we'll have that IBARS data, that budget data, and then we are going in and finalizing those budget analyses that you're currently seeing. And I think what you're describing with some of the proposals here is quite a bit different because the starting point might be an agency request or a previous budget. You're talking about, you're not waiting for that governor's recommendation to begin production of those KLRD publications. And so that's kind of how that time frame works. Regarding staff, that's a Shirley question. So it would have to go to her on that one.
Jill?
Well, I think from the Revisor Statutes Office, we are looking at it that we are going to say time will tell. As of right now, we just don't know if we'll need extra staff.
Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to Senator McGinn's comments. I actually think the public has a greater opportunity with what we're talking about now because they have no opportunity right now with the governor's budget office to input, and then a budget gets introduced second week, you know, first, second week, to where if we're having these opportunities and hearings ahead of time, now we have a budget earlier because it's still going to get processed. Whether it's the governor's budget, the legislature's budget, or a combination of the two, and so forth, it's coming to us earlier for all that committee work to happen during session. So I would contend that the public has a much greater opportunity with what we're talking about today.
Senator Sykes.
Thank you. And I appreciate all of this conversation. And as I watched the previous meeting, you know, I think there are a lot of questions that we all have questions. We don't know the details of this, or we're pushing something to omnibus, which is always something, you know, that I hated voting for something when education wasn't there. And I will note that, I don't know if we all caught this, but Americans for Prosperity and KSB both said put the education budget, which I thought was fascinating. But, so I guess my question is, and this is maybe for the speaker or the president, looking at meeting earlier, I think that's great to get kind of that information. As we've learned, you know, we actually have access to those agency recommendations in October, which I don't think any of us realized. But again, kind of getting into the weeds, you know, if the legislature proposes their own budget, I'm assuming that would be the first day of the session, whereas the governor's budget is coming on the fourth day of the session. So talk to me on how we're streamlining and having access to that information from research and revisers. You know, I mean, we moved it up a week, so now we've got 2 weeks of kind of lag time instead of 3. But how does that basically 3 days, or am I missing kind of where we're going kind of before session?
Well, I would say the budget bill that we would be able to introduce the first or second day of session could be started to be worked on in November and December and then be ready as far as the base budget bill. Now, we get the presentation of the governor's budget on the fourth day. We don't get the budget bill itself until a couple of weeks later. So, I mean, we've been sitting around waiting for the RS number to come to me because I've introduced it for the last few years. And it's not on the fourth day. It's actually after Martin Luther King Day where we have received the actual RS number. So if we're able to expedite the creation and the drafting of the budget bill to where it can have an RS number on the second day, we're not just a few days or a week ahead, we're a couple weeks or 2.5 weeks ahead at least. Speaker Hawkins.
So in addition, the one thing that you have to understand is once that governor's budget report and bill arrives, which is quite a bit later, then it has to be broken down. Generally, it's 3 weeks before our budget committees get that and can start to work. It takes a long time for it to get through the system. And so in working with the with KLRD folks, this is actually going to make their jobs easier. They're trying to jam things in a short amount of time because they don't get it very soon either. This way, they're starting the process. They're starting to work on their own processes in October. Then they start working with the legislators in November and December. They will have those things all broken into pieces to where those budget committees will start that first week. And that's a huge difference. That's 3 weeks difference.
Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to add on that, you're not just gaining that couple weeks of logistical time, right, in a very short session. You're starting with a much greater informed body of appropriators. And just like we see in our budgets now, I mean, I would say 85, 90% is going to be similar in those two. And so when the governor announces, we're really looking at what would be considered later in the year governor budget amendments, right? These are the differences or the changes. And then you can become more hyper-focused on what those differences are and have those discussions in the committee.
Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know Jill quoted a statute, I think related to this, but I'm not quite sure I understood the way it was written, but it has to do with, is there a statute, you said something about a certification or something, but that the governor does not have to provide that information until the state of the state?
Jill.
Is there something that prohibits the governor from providing this information before we begin session?
No. I think the process is, remember, October, agencies turn them in, Director of Budget looks at them, and then makes decisions, and then all that information is given to the governor, and then the governor makes the recommendations that's presented in the state of the state.
Okay, my follow-up question then is, how come staff, KLDR, whatever, how come staff can't get this ahead of time? Because, and I think I heard Dylan say, they get it, and then they got to go work and break it down. I don't understand why they can't have this information. I know they don't work for the governor, but why they can't have this information and start working on it ahead of time.
So I'm going to let Dylan answer. I mean, they could if the governor would let them, and then I'm going to let him take over.
Dylan.
Mr. Chair, so the way the system is working now, and I think this is public, we have a non-disclosure agreement that Shirley and I sign to be able to get some of the data early on some of the agencies, which allows us to begin production of those documents. But finalization is not going to happen until the actual governor's budget report, because you have to see all of the data sort of together to sort of finalize it. I would note that under, it's just from a timing issue and an editing perspective and everything, everything like that. Once you have all of the information that you have before you, then you can actually finalize those documents and go to publication, because the last thing you want is to have a budget committee getting incomplete or inaccurate data and trying to start a deliberation process based upon that. And so It's a question of what the starting point is. It's just because it sounds, if I'm understanding some of the recommendations that are happening here, it's a question of whether you're starting with an agency request or whether you're starting with a governor's recommendation to begin deliberations and building that sort of like, that report. And I could say that our documents would likely look different underneath this sort of system. It would look more like an executive summary and less like the long budget analysis, and so there'd have to be continuing conversations around that. But that's really the limitation, is it's still, even underneath, when we can get that data, some partial data a little bit early, it does allow us to start, but it's just not going to accelerate the budget process. The only other thing I would add to that is we are getting the data while we are actually having committee hearings. That means the legislature's ongoing. Most of our team is actually in committees and simultaneously trying to write budget analyses at the same time. And trying to do both those things at the same time is really, really difficult, and certainly difficult to do accurately.
From a timing standpoint, when does the governor's budget go to the press? Not printed in our hands, but when does a governor generally get their budget done on a calendar basis? Do they work on it clear up until session starts?
So yes, pretty much. And I'm just, I can only speak colloquially on something like this, but I know that there are deliberations going on with agencies and with the governor's office and the Division of Budget, up until very close to session.
And then finally, just a follow-up to President Masterson's comment about the public has more access. I think that's great. All I'm saying is if we start in November, December, we need to make sure the public is aware that we're starting so they have the opportunity to weigh in also at that time, and then perhaps given a second chance, I guess, once session starts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate this committee's work and what we've discussed last meeting and this meeting. I like the direction we're heading. I think moving forward, I think automatic continuing appropriation model would serve us well, especially under a committee that would begin its work prior to the session. It would give us a little bit more breathing room and a little bit more flexibility. I do also think the budget request before a state of the state would be helpful as a legislator. And I'm all for more public input, more opportunities for people to have a seat at the table or a voice. For example, if you're a private higher education institution in the state of Kansas, you really don't have a seat at the table in terms of putting forth a request. The regents, they represent the regents, they coordinate the community colleges and the tech colleges, but if you're a private institution, you have a project that might have a public benefit, you're really not allowed the opportunity to get in early on the process. So I do think more public input would be good because there's a lot of private higher education institutions in the state of Kansas that are doing great things, whether it's engineering or even in agriculture and other areas, nursing, all these things that we need. And so I support the direction of this committee, but I do have one question about odd and even number years and how leadership thinks that might work with an incoming legislature that hasn't been sworn in yet. How would this work, or how do you envision we could coordinate the process?
Well, I think you're referring to the Legislative Budget and Process Committee, or the enhanced LBC as we were referring to. Those would just be recommendations. So if somebody is serving on that committee, most likely, probably by the time of the creation of those, I can't speak for the Speaker and the President, but I'm assuming they would put members on that committee that have been reelected and will most likely continue to serve in that capacity that they have in previous years or will in the upcoming legislative session. But again, those are just recommendations. We can't actually formally make a vote to having it inserted in the budget because we are out of session. And so there would be recommendations to the budget committees where the budget committees can start working on day 2 or 3 or whatever the case may be on actually what the budget analysis is for that particular agency and department. President Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just to respond a little bit, I mean, I too think we could benefit from continuing appropriation, but we typically think in terms of term, right? House 2-year terms, but I think there could even be advantage of 2-year budget cycling using the off year, right? When you're not in election, if you're setting a 2-year budget in that off cycle, because you got a new legislature come in. I mean, like I said, even ultimately it's recommendation, and the new legislature, if they have different priorities and different sets, you just tweak it, right? I mean, in that new cycle, but I think there's opportunity to create a much smoother appropriation cycle that way, and then you're not worried about, because if you're doing it, like we just saw that, particularly this type of an election year where the entire legislature's up for election, right? I mean, the House has to take it on every 2, but this year, it affects, you see it in our deliberations, in what decisions people make. I think we could benefit. I think that could, we're all in a political world, but it could kind of maximize the amount you can, removing some of that from that process.
Representative Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President, for your response and forward thinking on that. I don't know if this would be one example, Mr. Chairman, that we could possibly share. I believe last session, the Appropriations Committee, we got the governor's budget recommendation or her budget, and it had, I think, $300 million in for the Hutchinson Correctional Facility. Now, I wasn't made aware of this project or, in the pipeline. Maybe there's other people that had conversations with the governor's office, but I think for many of us, for such a large ticket item, there was a lot of unknowns. And so we decided to, in the interim, go visit Hutchinson Correctional Facility to learn more and study more about that. But in the meantime, it's been, I think, legislative staff has told me the cost of the project has gone up. So I would think that under this model, if we would have more information earlier, and it wouldn't be just kept close to the vest, and we were partnered, with whoever's in the executive office or the governor's office, we could make hopefully more timely decisions that would save taxpayer money as well. So.
Well, and you're exactly correct. That was a $383 million item that was inserted in the governor's budget, and as we went on that tour of the Hutchinson Correctional Facility, it's now increased to $450 million, is what that they're asking when we were on that tour. Representative Anderson on WebEx.
Thank you, Chairman. Sorry I couldn't be there in person today. So this is going back a few minutes on Speaker Hawkins. He had mentioned kind of slowing the process down as a whole and understanding the budget. Just a quick story. I walked out of my committee room last year. We had 4 enhancements on one of our agencies, and we cut one of them, so we still added 3 of the enhancements. And I had a committee member come up to me in the hallway afterwards and was excited and said, "Hey, glad we could cut the budget today." Well, we still added 10% to that agency's budget, and so I think just even having our committee members understand the budget better. I don't think we should have members thinking that we're cutting the state budget when all we're doing is taking an enhancement off of the governor's recommendation. And so this is definitely needed. But that was just an interesting story that I had that I wanted to share with the committee.
All right, we're still on budget schedule, so we have other areas in regards to comments and recommendations. So if your question is pertinent to the schedule, we'll go ahead and continue. Representative Helgerson?
Dylan, can you tell me, this is going to cause an additional problem for staffing, trying to analyze the governor and also briefing us in the same time frame. Unless I'm reading the time difference. Can you give me some dates specifically when you get stuff?
Dylan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Helgerson. So your first question is, this going to be a problem? And my answer is, I don't know yet, because I don't know what it's going to be precisely, but I can say that it's definitely going to be different than the way we currently do it. We begin receiving agency requests in late September. Okay, so that's when we start getting raw data. We get budget narratives. Well, sometimes we call them DA 400s, call them different things, but this like sort of big budget request, okay, that sort of describes it in September. That's when we begin our conversations with agencies about what it is they're asking for and determining what enhancements, what supplementals, and also what other adjustments that are not described as enhancements or supplementals that are inside of those budgets. Then what will be different is during that period of time, we will be briefing if I understand, if the schedule that is being proposed here gets adopted, we would be briefing this legislative budget process and development committee that would exist. And that's different. That will be that will be a challenge because we will be drafting these summaries. And then as a result, those summaries are probably going to look, our budget analyses would probably look a little bit different. You know, they currently, we describe every single program. We go through there and you see all the various programs that are in there. You get a long overview. It would look more like an executive summary where we really focus down hard on what are all the adjustments, what are all the changes to give you a good starting point to be worked with. But we are frankly already attending committees, like right from the beginning of sessions. All of our staff is attending committees, reviewing and the governor's budget recommendation under our confidential data release, and at the same time currently. So that's not a change.
Representative Helgerson.
Okay, September, you start having some discussions with the agencies.
Late September. Yes.
Late September, okay. When do you get information from the governor's office to start reviewing?
So,
and I'll say the bulk of it, I don't mean dribbling in, but when do you think, is that December 1?
I guess what I am going to have to say to that, and I know this is not what you want to hear, is I signed a confidentiality agreement about all portions about the data that we receive from the governor's office.
Oh, okay.
And so I don't even feel, frankly, comfortable saying exactly what
dates.
we did. Even the dates, I would have to sit down and talk to the governor's office and Shirley Morrow as well and make sure we're on the same page about releasing that information as far as when we start getting the governor's budget data. Because, frankly, even the dates that we receive it is a portion of that confidentiality agreement.
Okay, then, thank you. What I was looking for is, and you could comment on this one point, I'm guessing that the budgets are 95% the same year in, year out. Most of the agencies don't change.
So what I would say to that is that for most agencies, you don't see big policy shifts from year to year. The primary changes for the majority of state agencies are in the budget indices. Okay, so that means your keeper's contributions rates, your group health insurance rates, all of these various things that feed into the budget. A lot of agencies have work comp, stuff like that. All of that stuff is changing from year to year to year, but those aren't policy changes.
Right.
And frankly, we get those budget indices really early, okay, because that comes in as the budget instructions to the agencies from the Division of Budget.
And that can be factored in the budget that we introduce at the beginning of session.
It absolutely can. And honestly, if you start from the agency request, it will already have been done so because the agency requested data has already incorporated that information. Okay? And so it's just up to this committee and obviously the next committee to just decide where the starting point is. It is, so if you don't include the agency request, you will not be having conversations about enhancements and supplementals. Okay, which obviously would, a lot of the people in this committee are very interested in the concept of what it is that the agencies are actually asking for. And so that's still a decision that obviously this committee needs to make.
Well, I'm just kind of thinking out loud in regards to the committee that would be formed and meeting in December. We would have a gauge of which agencies and departments would be asking for enhancements at that moment. And if we notify all the agencies and departments and say, if you have any enhancements that you had submitted to the governor or Senator Billinger and I, if we attend the appeal hearings, we'll know, or if, whoever we designate would know, what's going to be most likely included in the governor's budget. If you're an agency or department that doesn't have a enhancement request, then we don't need to have a meeting with them. So that could sift out quite a few agencies, most likely, and then their budget would be based off of the budget that we passed in session of 2024. And the one thing I was going to say in regards to staff, and this is going to be a discussion that we're going to have in regards to comments and recommendations, and maybe not so much with the calendar, but it would help with your staff, as we discussed in the last meeting, that prior to, hopefully, I would love to have it prior to turnaround, that the House would have the budget crafted, passed, sent over to the Senate, and then not necessarily would you be working on two budget committees at the same time on the same day. And I think that would, I'm hoping that would alleviate some of your staff.
So I don't know if we've gotten to that portion of the meeting yet, but it does, it is a challenge that our staff is both in the House and the Senate doing presentations simultaneously. Okay, and it's also a challenge for the public, okay, because the agencies have to split their staff. When the public needs to come in, they have to split their team members to be able to do those presentations that are often occurring right next to one another. And so that would be a relief. It would be a more typical budget process, okay, as opposed to a parallel budget process that we currently use.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dylan, the NDA, just want to clarify, the NDA does not cover the agency requests, just the governors, right? So anything that the agencies ask for, you're free to tell us.
Absolutely. So agency requests are not subject to the non-disclosure agreement. And frankly, the DA 400s would be subject to an open records request, although we can pretty much release those. The one thing I do want to caution you, and it's because as we think through these processes, the example from the Hutchinson Correctional Facility, you would be in the same situation because that was not originally part of the agency request for that Hutchinson Correctional Facility. So the Budget Committee would not receive advance notice of it. It would in this process, theoretically, have come across as some kind of governor's budget adjustment to the legislative budget process, or the alternative governor's budget bill, however that ends up working out.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to, it's actually a question for Dylan on this, because as you were speaking, it just, the questions just kept coming, but you talked about the confidentiality, but you're working for the legislature, and if the budget process begins in September 15th and those budgets are submitted, those are open records that should be provided to us too, correct?
Absolutely. So we're talking for the agency requests, that will not be an issue. They are not subject to the confidentiality agreement. It is only the governor's recommendation that we signed an agreement over.
Therefore, the process itself can be expedited by A, using the previous budget as your starting point, B, also using the agencies and compiling those together and updating them as those change. So, and honestly, we could, I feel like it's a benefit to KLRD to not be under the restrictive order of the governor, but be under our guidance by providing this at an earlier rate, because the information's there. It's already there, correct?
So, like I said, it'll be different because what will happen is our budget development process will get stretched out. Right now, it's basically what happens is we get hammered. Okay, you get the governor's budget recommendation, and we are in a sprint to try to get your budget hearings going, because we are all very aware that we are slowing the process down at that point. And what's going to happen instead, if I understand this, and it does get implemented, would be that it would just sort of stretch that process out. It would provide everything a little bit more time, and that would be a good thing. We'll have to talk to my team. Sounds like there'll be a lot more work in December under this current system, so that will be a little bit more different. But
well, then just the last comment and of note, which falls into another category, but fits with the schedule, that if we're reformatting how some of those narratives and summaries and information and data is coming to us, it might alleviate the schedule as well. Thank you.
Senator Masterson.
Real quickly, I want to make sure I understand. Is there a distinction in your mind between starting with the current budget, like for what we passed as the agency's budget in 2024 versus the agency's request? You commented starting with the agency's request. I want to make sure I'm on the same page with
Certainly.
you.
So I would argue that there is a difference, okay, because the current budget is approved, you know, through fiscal year 2025, through our current budget year. And only except for a couple of biennials do we actually have, we don't really have that 26 budget. And so you're probably going to want that 26 budget in November to begin making recommendations. Additionally, the previously approved budget is not going to have any of those enhancements or supplementals or eliminations of one-time spending, all those adjustments that are going that should have been incorporated into the agency request. All right. And so they are different. There is no approved budget for the budget year yet for the majority of state agencies. And it's just a question of what you want to do.
So I think in my mind, we're starting with the current year's budget and we're evaluating the agency's requests is what I'm anticipating. I want to make sure I'm on the same page with my across the hall leadership there. Thank you.
I was just going to make the same comment that you made after Representative Williams made her comments, because, yeah, we're just looking at the recommendations from the agencies and the departments. And then when the governor's budget report comes out and is actually officially out, then we reevaluate her recommendations or the governor's recommendations in February, put the budget together, and that's why I have, you know, the idea that we would get this passed before turnaround. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I also had a question about this timing, and I understand there's going to be a number of changes that need to be made to the current budget, irregardless of agency requests. You know, just what issues were one-time monies. So I was wondering if we could find out when that information is available. At what point does the research department or revisers know these are the changes we're going to make kind of generally to last year's budget?
Dylan.
So there's a variety of items. I did mention the budget indices. We have those adjustments relatively soon. We have the majority of one-time spending, and I'm just going to provide a warning for all members on appropriations committees, with the majority of people here. It is going to be, our staff is going to be asking if a new adjustment is intended to be a one-time spend or an ongoing expenditure during the budget process, just so that we can really note those down. And so we'll have a lot of those relatively early, and the agency requests theoretically should be incorporating all of those adjustments as well.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understood, and I kind of looked through our minutes and didn't see this, but I understood that what we were talking about at our last meeting was starting with the current budget and having that available. So if we could present the current budget, if we could include the agency's request, would that give the legislature enough time if they could start early, as opposed to having then we wouldn't need committee meetings in December, other than to just perhaps review that presentation of the budget as it's adjusted. And then the entire legislature and all the committees could really be part of that recommendation process. Because, you know, one thing I'm hearing is if we do the recommendations in December and we're actually changing it, and then a lot has been set without involving a number of members of the legislature.
Well, that's what we're having this discussion, is just to air out exactly how we want to have this process move forward. And I would say there probably would need to be some discussion on, and maybe it's not all of the enhancements, but larger departments and agencies might be asking for quite a bit to still have that enhanced LBC meet, to get that prior to session. And then that way, when it does go to the budget committees, we might have a recommendation from them to the budget committees on what their thought process was. And then at the same time, that budget committee can spend the due diligence analyzing every single enhancement from that agency and department. And as I mentioned before, and I think the speaker mentioned it too, get these smaller agencies done and over with in the budget bill, and then we can spend more time on the larger agencies. But I think there would have to be some analysis done prior to session on some of the items.
One concern that I would have if you say, we think these are agencies that we're not going to have to spend a lot of time with. One of those I think you mentioned was the Kansas Corporation Commission. And they do oversee.
Oh, I know that, and that was surprising enough that they do see quite a bit. And there's a lot going on in my district in regards to the KCC right now. So it was surprising when I happened to go through those, and it was the governor accepted their recommendations, and the budget committee accepted the governor's recommendations for 2 years. And there was no, I mean, there might have been some enhancements, but it was just rubber stamped. And I mean, I was just went to a meeting last night where there's a lot of questions towards the KCC. But I was just going through and sifting through the folder. I'm not saying that they're not going to have any enhancements. I'm just saying the last legislative session, from the budget analysis that we received from research, those were ones that just sailed on through. I mean, after they had the budget presentation, worked in the budget committee, and then reported to appropriations, there were no changes, or very minor.
I understand that, but I know that there's also concern about how robust do we need our state energy office to be? And so those questions, I think, were brought up in.
We're still on schedule. We're not.
Well, it is, but I'm just sort of saying the schedule, if you say, here are these issues that we're going to just move through very quickly, I'm saying that committee needed time to look at that budget, especially as it relates to the staffing for an energy office, and that may not be the governor's
And what I'm saying is
That would be the legislature.
I was using that as an example from the prior year. We have no idea what their requests and recommendations or enhancements are going to be as of now. I was just using it from the discussion that we had in appropriations the prior year. It could change. I'm not saying that it's going to be static. So their enhancements there could have to be have more enhancements. That would have to have a discussion with the budget committees.
Can I go ahead?
Yes.
So my question was, this was not an enhancement requested by the agency. What happens if there's enhancements or changes requested by the legislature? So that would be different, right? I don't want to just look at what an agency says we need if the legislature has other things that we say are important for our community. That's the difference.
And I would assume that that would go through the legislative process. If the legislature is asking for an enhancement, it would go through the same process that we currently have. Speaker Hawkins.
No, you answered it.
All right. Any other further questions in regards to discussion on the budget schedule? Because lunch is ready, by the way. Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering if Dylan could tell us there was a performance-based budget form. When is that actually due by a department?
And I'm going to have to say, due is, in statute, the responsibility for performance-based budgeting goes to the Department of Administration. We've been assisting somewhat in that process just because there's been a legislative desire and a request by the House Appropriations Committee that we collate that data, okay? And agencies have that data due in November.
Okay, thank you. To me, that's one important part of the timing of the schedule, somehow getting a hold of that report, because to me, that department has kind of assessed themselves, had their goals. We need to see that somewhere in the process early enough as we start working with numbers. So we need to be looking at what they've done with the money as we look forward. So just a thought to put into the thing.
Any other further questions or comments? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just that I would like to see us focus on how we can get this earlier timeline, how we can move up and have the legislature be ready to work that first week of the session, but not necessarily make a change so we have a legislative budget at the beginning of that session. We're giving ourselves more time on those Mondays and Fridays. We've given ourselves some extra weeks. So the idea that we would, I think there's a difference between how do we start at an earlier timeline or how do we have a very different process that's this LBC or LBCD committee. And so I think that's a question I have, which is the best, which of those two might be the best process?
I mean, that's what we're having the discussion about. And obviously, in the previous meeting, we talked about having this enhanced LBC to work out and make recommendations to the legislative budget committees, mainly on, I think it was on the House side, so they can get started working from ground. I mean, and we can have a bill introduced on day 2. And we can get things expedited and work through it. And then, like I said, after turnaround, hopefully that bill goes to the Senate. Then the Senate has, I would hope that they would have their hearings prior to the budget bill actually moving from the House to the Senate. And then the Senate would make their amendments and changes thereto to the budget bill. And then both chambers would, and you vote on it, and then we'd conference and work it out. Specific dates, we don't have specific dates, because as the speaker mentioned before, this isn't going to be a smooth transition by any means. I mean, there's going to be bumps in the road because it's a new process that we're going to be instituting. Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm not sure this is appropriate time to mention this, but different budget committees have, like social service budget, 13 budgets. It seems to me, like, and a lot of them are exactly what you said. They're fee funded. There is not much work, but it still takes a day at a time. And I wonder if there's some way, and I don't even know how that got divided out. It was before my time, how we ended up with 13 budgets and how that's done. But it seems like I'd have a lot more time, and I'm not the chairman, by the way. So I want to make sure the chairman would have more time to deal with, you know, the big 3 that we really need to concentrate on, KDHE, DCF, and KDAD. So it takes a day at a time, which can be an issue, each one of those hearings. And so I would suggest that we look at how we divide out the different budgets within the budget committees. Just a thought.
And that might fall more under committee comments and recommendations as opposed to schedule. Any further questions or comments? All right. As I mentioned before, lunch is ready. I believe it is right outside. So thank 1861 for the lunch this afternoon. We're going to go ahead and break for about a half an hour, so we're not having an eating lunch and people have food in their mouth. So we'll come back at 12:45 in this room. And if you want to eat in this room, that's fine. Just make sure that you use the trash can outside. Also, if you haven't yet, make sure that you have signed your vouchers. And so that way I can turn those in to Nancy by the end of the day. So we are going to be in recess until 12:45. All right, well, we'll go ahead and get started so we can get through the next two items, and then we will actually adjourn the meeting. First, like I mentioned before, you should have had the minutes that were passed out before we started the last item. So are there any changes to the minutes? And if not, I would entertain a motion to accept the minutes as presented.
So moved.
All right, the speaker makes the motion. Second by Representative Helgerson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Well, the motion is passed.
Okay, well, are these the minutes?
Yes.
There needs to be a correction, but that's okay. You can pass them as is.
Well, we get together with the correction and we'll. All right.
Okay.
We'll go ahead and move on to the next item on the agenda, and that is the committee discussion on spending limitations and possible exclusions. So last month, or when we had our meeting, we had some discussion in regards to excluding if we were going to have any type of increases to the budget, for example, like a 2% increase in spending, then we would probably exclude like K through 12 education because of the automatic increases that happens with the CPI. And then also caseloads, because those are adjusted in April and November. Anyway, so I'll just kind of open it up for discussion in regards to spending limitations and possible exclusions. Speaker Hawkins.
So a few years ago in the House, one of our members, who is a very fiscally conservative member, brought an amendment to limit increases to 2%. And I supported that. Matter of fact, good share of the House supported it. Got to a conference and it came out, unfortunately. So I think it's time for us to look back and maybe put a 2% we just need guardrails on ourselves, you know, so make sure that we don't spend too much. So I think 2% would be, excluding K through 12 would probably be a good starting point. 2% cap.
And that'd be on state general fund.
Right.
Not all funds.
Right.
Right. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was just going to ditto that. I think the guardrails are so important for all of us. I think it's imperative. I also think it's interesting how we have in the past where if you're going to increase something beyond that amount, you have to decrease something else. That makes it pretty tricky to do, right? You're going to have to take away something else in order for you to get to that point. The other thing I would just note to this body about the K-12 budget, regardless of whether it's done separately or whether it's done in this budget, that we have a formula that is going to be reviewed, or actually it sunsets in 2027. But the point is that the governor line item vetoed the K-12 budget, a policy, a proviso item that connected with the actual money. So she kept the $5 million that we approved as the legislature for security, safe and secures, but she eliminated and deleted the proviso. Now, there has been a request from the Attorney General. The reason I bring that up is because in that instance, I don't know why the legislature would even choose to add anything above the formula if the governor can do whatever she wants. And so as we're talking about limitations, that could be a limitation itself because we can't know if the governor is going to veto something if in that instance. So that's a different type of limitation.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll just throw this out. I don't know if we want to put an actual 2% cap on it, or if we want to do, we've had a couple of options here, growth plus or inflation and then GDP growth. So those, just throw that out to if that's something that we want to look at, or if we just want to stay at just a flat rate.
President Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I echo your vice chair's comments. I'm pro evaluate a spending limit. I don't know that this committee needs to recommend a specific percentage as much as I think it'd be valuable for the committee to recommend that the legislature impose a spending limit and let our, our chambers committees work through that. Because you do have the options of CPI but, so I would strongly support this committee recommending a spending limit. And I would do that if the body wanted something specific, but thank you.
Speaker Hawkins.
So I believe, and Jill probably can answer this, we really can't do anything in this committee besides recommend. It would have to be a statutory. If we were to put a spending limit, we would have to do it statutorily, correct?
Jill.
Or a constitutional amendment.
Well, I think you could also have a resolution. I mean, if you wanted it in law to state that, then yes, you would want to put it in law. But if you're giving guidance to your budget committees, you could have a resolution. And if you want to make it not changeable by the legislature, you'd need to put it in the Constitution.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I understand that. I kind of lean towards the CPI. Inflation, I'm not sure I believe any of the numbers that we see. I mean, so pick a number, but I can tell you the inflation that you get from the federal government is not a real number when it comes to what people are dealing with out here in the way of inflation. So but back to my biggest concern is, for instance, social service budget. Last year we did Medicaid reimbursement increases. There are a lot of needs out there, whether we want to address that or not. We can stick our head in the sand and say, we're not going to do it and you're on your own. But down the line, 10 years from now, when nursing homes are closing, ID and DD providers are closing, and we don't have any place to put these folks, what are you going to do then? I'm just saying that. It's not as simple as saying, here's the line in the sand and we're not going to go above that. We have genuine needs out here in our state for those most vulnerable people. And I just think we'd be doing a disservice to them by providing a 2% cap or anything like that on it. Just my deal.
Speaker Hawkins.
I understand where Representative Carpenter is coming from on that. And in much of what he said, I don't disagree with at all. However, it's a matter of priorities. So if that is a priority, that just means other things have to give. So instead of being able to, you can't do, I mean, when you start limiting yourself, you just can't do everything, and you have to set your priorities and you have to decide where those priorities are, and then you do accordingly. So that doesn't mean we can't do that. It just means that other things have to give if you're going to do that.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the suggestion of excluding K through 12, what is the rationale behind that, just to refresh?
Well, the discussion that we had is we have this accelerator every year. So if we're going to say 2% off of last year's budget, we're going to be blown out of the water because of K through 12 education, because they've been adding 350, 380 million because of the consumer, the CPI, which is in statute on how that money is generated. And like Representative Williams mentioned, we're going to reevaluate the formula in 2027, but for the next legislative session, we'd have to adhere to that accelerator that we currently have in statute. And so that's why I think for this point, and I believe Representative Williams would agree, that for K-12 education, we'd have to exclude them out because otherwise they'll absorb the entire 2%.
Okay. Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you for the refresher on that. I will note that using CPI, they have changed the formulation of how they calculate CPI in the past to maybe make it look better or not as bad. And so if we were to consider that, we would be beholden to whatever governing body makes that formulation. I was intrigued by the testimony by Americans for Prosperity about the structural balance, and I suppose we could modify that to a Kansas model, so to say, to allow for better continuity. I would like us to take into account birth rate and other demographic information into some sort of guardrail for Kansas, including GDP. Birth rate, I think, is very important is a very important indicator of our economic well-being in the state of Kansas. And I think it was last year, the numbers that were released, it showed Kansas had the lowest birth rate since they started recording it in 1911. And so some of those things will have a lagging effect, but I think it's important for us to have that information in mind when we make these budgetary decisions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Carpenter.
And while I don't disagree with the speaker on this, K-12 and social services budget make up 80% of our budget. So it's really hard to go other places and find cuts to offset those expenses. Department of Corrections would be wiped out, Department of Ag. I mean, you could wipe out a bunch of over just to take the money that social services need or K-12. So it's hard to make cuts. I'm just telling you.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just as we're formatting the budget, I really think we should consider having those economic development annual incentives as a line item in it, because if you need more money, it's there. It's there. It's just, where are we spending it? We wrote the check. We just gave it, for example, on a sales tax exemption.
Any further discussion? So Representative Helgerson.
First of all, I agree with you, Representative. I think they should be added, and there should be, it doesn't necessarily be a line item, but somehow a document that says we're giving away X million dollars in receipts for economic development or projected economic development. So everybody sees this. And since I was the individual that was referenced earlier, 2% is not a magic bullet. But what I have seen over the years is legislators use different criteria in the evaluation of the different programs. If I have X agency, I may say, well, they asked for certain enhancements and I'll allow that. But I'd much rather give the money to the elderly people in the social services. We need to get to a point where we're looking at the efficiencies and how we get to the efficiencies more than anything else. What Representative Carpenter did not say is our population is getting older and older, and that is going to eat up more and more of the budget. He's been responsive enough to take care of that. I guess I would pose, or for the House members, you'll appreciate this, the money that we are spending on contract labor for hospitals. I yanked it out because it is dangerous to our economic health. And that's primarily what the 2% or whatever figure we had, we should be looking at. Because when we see a figure that goes through the roof and the governor and the legislature just pass it on continually, it harms the regents, it harms public education, and social services in particular. And none of our sacred cows should be sacred. And I say that as much of a supporter I am for education, because we need to figure out how to control some of the growth in education, as painful as that will be, because I don't think financially we'll be able to afford it in the out years. So I threw out 2% because I knew it was enough to get people's attention. I don't think it would harm, wouldn't destroy agencies because there's a lot of cushion in many of them. And, you know, it's at least a point where we can start discussing and saying, let's set priorities. And Will sets his priorities and argues for them vigorously, and I appreciate that. And that should be in the full mix with everything at the same time and sit around this table or the conference table when we come together at the end of the session. So 2% isn't a magic bullet, but it's a starting point. It was several years ago and it was last year. So those are my comments.
So just to put into context, if you're looking at an $11 billion state general fund budget, you're looking at a $220 million increase, aside from K through 12 education. So I just wanted to point that out. Representative Hoffman.
Yeah, and just to comment on Williams and Helgerson's talking about programs, I would like to see us be able to have somehow with our budget analysis, a way to see new programs a couple of years out. So if there's a new program that's created, maybe 2 years after that, that program is then kind of highlighted so that we can look at it and say, hey, is this actually doing what we think, what we created? So that, because we all know that they just get lost in the, you create a new program and the next year, unless they're going to ask for more money for that program, it's just in there. So maybe some sort of a mechanism that we somehow highlight those and can evaluate them in 1 or 2 years afterwards.
Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would certainly agree with Representative Hoffman on that. That's something that I've watched some things slip in the base that I thought was going to continue to come up. And I would like staff to, when something is ready to go into the base, they need to let us know that, you know, this program was questioned for 2 years. So I guess I just oppose the whole thing about putting a percentage on limits on anything, because I think you tie the hands of legislators in the future years. And all you have to do is practice personal constraint. The problem is we're living in a time where I don't think the state's ever had this amount of money for this long period of time. And all we can think about is the money part, and we don't ever think about limiting the amount of programs that come on that later, when we have another recession, that we'll have to do something about, tell no, or cut the program. So I want to cite an example, and I hope Representative Waymaster doesn't mind, but we have the joint Senate House budget meetings at the beginning of the year. And at this meeting, everybody, I believe everybody in here never wanted to cut KDOT. We want to continue because it helps our economic development, the safety of our citizens on the roads. But Representative made a comment about people criticizing that we took that money and that we should put guardrails on that to never do it again. And his comment, I remember specifically, was, if you think these cuts are bad now, if we didn't have the ability to move that money, it would have been a bloody bath. But we had the flexibility to move that money till we could get through the worst part of the recession. And now we've built it back and things are going well and doing well. So I just caution putting handcuffs on yourself, especially as you move forward and hand the baton to other people as well. So I just don't like these little 2% things because you don't know what's going to happen. As Representative Carpenter made the comment that you start looking at schools and social services, everybody else is going to get a hard hit. So just – words of history, I guess I'll say.
Representative Williams.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually had a question because it's related to what we heard in testimony, but it was also Representative or Vice Chair Hoffman's comments about GDP. But with the GDP, we're also including generally, I'm assuming, government spending. So as your government spending goes up, then that number is inflated, and then it's just this continual cycle. I'm curious if we could ask staff from an economist's perspective, what is the best measure of health for a state? Is it exports? Is it the combination of the inward migration versus outward migration? And that may be the better determiner than the GDP, because the GDP, maybe it isn't the best because it doesn't include government. So thank you.
Representative Helgerson.
I wasn't commenting, but I will.
Well, you may.
You may have one-time money, like the governor used last year for a $1.2 billion one-time spending, and you could play shenanigans with it and say, well, that $200 million I have to cut out, I'm going to cut it out of the one-time spending. All we're trying to do is force legislators to be responsible about the spending and to spend the time and set the priorities, and then argue the priorities on the floor or in the well or in the committee. That's all this 2% does. I hope he doesn't mind. Adam and I get into arguments about this when he says, your 2% was crazy, you shouldn't do that. Now he's going to be listening right now and saying, but he thought the idea of having a 2% budget recommendation to the governor's office, that's all it is should not be in place because that puts constraints on the governor. We put constraints on the governor's office with 7.5%. We tell the governor historically that some governors have violated this. They can't use funds that have not been committed already, meaning you can't use a proposed tax increase to build your budget together. That's what the statute says, and that's what the legislature said we should do. So putting a 2% or a 5% or a CPI is trying to direct a rational discussion for setting priorities as opposed to an unlimited amount of priorities. So I don't know if I've answered your question really about what's best, but this is just an attempt to try to get people to talk about it and to decide what the priorities are. Thank you.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So getting back to the issue of exclusions, certainly there is that CPI in the school finance, but it's in several other bills that we've passed. And we have bonding that, a certain amount of interest is going to be collected every year. We hope that goes down, but I know that in the Joint Committee on State Building Construction, we are estimating what the increases might be in property that we rent. So I think this is a much more complicated discussion than one proposal fits all.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this couple of recommendations, number one, from hearing everything, I think that those guardrails, though they are just guidelines, should be written guardrails. So they should be either in the House or Senate rules or joint rules so that we actually, they're public, so that they're harder to renege on. And the second one actually relates to what the speaker shared last meeting about one of those guardrails might be that if you're going to have an increase from a previous year, then it has to go through the actual committee process. It cannot be just a proviso in, the conference committee. And that, if that's really what we believe and what we really want, it should also be written in those guidelines. Thank you.
I think we're going to go ahead and just kind of mesh the next two items together because we're already kind of getting from some other individuals on recommendations, and that's the next item that we have on the agenda. So let's just go ahead and we'll move, trying to merge the two. So we'll move into committee comments and recommendations as far as, and we'll just move in the possible exclusions and spending limitations in with this conversation, and then just kind of wrap up the meeting. Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You read my mind. So one of the things that's always frustrated me, and I see this year, and I don't remember, I read the numbers, but we did receive them in legislative budget here a couple of weeks ago. It was the reappropriations. I hate that. It ought to be separate. And I don't know how KLRD can do that, but so the reappropriations is automatically in next year's budget, added in there. And to me, that just adds, one of them, I think one of the budgets was $160 million or something, of reappropriations, and one was like $60 million. But there's $220 million that's added into the next year's budget, and it just continues to go on like that. And I've always been frustrated by that. I wonder, is there anything we can do about that?
Dylan.
So if you just want to talk about breaking out the reappropriations, that's straightforward. That's easy for us to do. We know which budget units those are appearing in and can show you where those are. But I think Representative Carpenter had the same question I had, which is does this 2% limit include or exclude reappropriations in which budget year are you talking about? And that's just detail stuff. But they are definitely things that we can break out for you.
Representative Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question. If the governor's budget director, does he or she have the authority in that position to decide whether something's going to be recurring or not in terms of funding? Because sometimes my perception is that as the legislature, we think it's an enhancement of funding, but then it turns into recurring. So.
In the years that I've done this, I've seen it happen in both ways. I've seen it where the agency, where it's supposed to be a one-time funding, they actually embedded it into their base state general fund allocation, and it slipped through, and this is a previous budget director, it's not the current one, and it slipped through the budget process, and then it ended up being built into the base. Then I have heard of, other, I can't remember how many budget directors we've had during my tenure in the legislature, where it's encouraged for the state agencies to try to embed that in their state general fund allocation. So it's happened on both sides, so I can't implicate one or the other.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was asking that question, I was unsure, and also I didn't know if that would be an area we would need to put a guardrail in, or if maybe future legislation for enhancements, we would have to specifically outline that this is one time. I mean, do we have to be that explicit, or?
What we need to do is and this will be going through the vetting process in the budget committee, and having research go through what was passed as one-time spending last year and ensuring that it's not somehow involved in the state general fund allocation, or I guess really in any fund that it's coming from. Because sometimes we have one-time allocations that come from the Economic Development Initiatives Fund, or we have it from some other type of fund. And make sure that it's not somehow becoming a recurring expense year after year after year. So I think that's something that research can easily do as far as a one-time allocation. Dylan?
And I was just going to say, that is what I was talking about earlier, is this idea of identifying ongoing versus one-time spends, okay? So that each one of those different budget items is being tracked. And so that theoretically, those would not, if it's one time, those will be deleted. And if they're not been deleted, then they would be things we would identify on our budget analysis as this is a previous one-time spend that is continuing to occur in the budget.
Any further comments or questions? The only thing I would probably say is, the change in this process is going to shift. And the speaker and I were talking about this earlier, and that's why the guardrails are important, is because, as Senator McGinn mentioned, when we didn't have any money, you said no. And that's what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to say no, because we're going to be, we always have been the stewards of the state's funds, but by crafting our own budget, we definitely are becoming the stewards. And we cannot, do everything, even though, as Senator McGinn said, we have more money than I think we've had for this long duration. But it's not going to last forever. And the longer that we perpetuate increase in spending and doing this and doing that and not saying no, we're going to find ourselves or a future legislature in some grave danger in the future. And that's another reason why I think this discussion of harnessing the budget and having the legislature create the budget and try to put those strongholds on there and just balance it better. We've been balancing it, yes, because we've been constitutionally challenged to do so. But have we been doing it in a proper manner? That's another question. I would say probably one of the first recommendations that would need to happen, and Senator Francisco and I talked on a little sidebar conversation when we broke for lunch, and that would be the creation of this enhanced LBC, or however the LCC wants to call it. And I would probably say that at this point, it'd be my recommendation that we request at least 4 days. It'd be like almost a whole week of just going through, because when you have 98 agencies and departments, and even though some of those may not have enhancements, we may not be talking about them, they'll be the easy ones. It'll be DCF, KDADs, those are the ones that are going to take quite a bit of time to deliberate. So that'd be my first recommendation out of this special committee. Any discussion on that? And I think that starts the ball rolling. Once we start having the conversations with the agencies and departments, and research starts, I guess in a way, dissecting some of the requests, and then obviously another recommendation would be that we start working on a base budget based off of last year what was passed by the legislature. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I understand that we are talking about working off the base budget from the year before. I would appreciate then seeing an opportunity for this enhanced budget committee to make some recommendations to that, but not necessarily have those as part of a bill that's introduced, so that people had time to bring up some of the issues that they want the budget committees to look at, but then all the members of the budget committees have that opportunity to review before it becomes part of the bill. So those are recommendations to the bill rather than part of the bill as introduced.
And technically it'd be recommendations to the budget committee, not to the bill itself. But yes, I agree with you. Representative Carpenter.
I think if we're going to go back, and I don't have a problem with guardrails at all, but there are some fixed expenses, much like K-12, but we have caseloads. And those go on whether we like it or not. You know, the adjustments twice a year to the budget from Medicaid. So that would be something we don't have any control over. It can be $100 million a year. One year, I think it was $400 million about 3 or 4 years ago. But I have tried and tried and tried to get more information in that, and all they can give me is a per member per month fee, and it's a capitation rate for each rate cell, 38 rate cells. So if we're talking about this 2%, we need to exclude caseloads.
I believe that was discussed last meeting in regards to K-12 education and caseloads.
I've slept a couple times since then, so.
No problem. Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think basically we just need to figure out the structure, you know, and make sure we've got a structure here because as Representative Carpenter mentioned, you know, there's these unknowns, you know, what's going to happen with the FMAP? You know, I mean, those type things are, you know, we can't paint ourselves into a corner, but I think if we just concentrate on the structure part of this is what we need to do.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this was mentioned a little bit earlier, but I know there was discussion about including the budget chairs on this LBC, enhanced LBC. Would the minority party members be appointments from the leader's office, or would it be the ranking members from those budget committees?
I would, that's up to the LCC how they would probably, but you said it was going to be proportionate. The minority leader, I'm assuming, would appoint those.
Thank you.
Be my assumption.
Thanks.
Any other further questions or comments? Representative Helgerson.
I think it's actually good that we have additional hearings and discussions early on, whether it's November, December, and can do, as said, a deeper dive. But I still have strong reservations about the idea of creating a separate budget. I think, and I say that because Jill has written several times, written a separate budget for me, which causes all kinds of confusions and others. I think the process works best as you're heading, but without a bill. Then when the governor's budget is proposed, you have a staff say, here's the governor's bill, here are the recommendations you've made, here's the totality of what has been recommended by the governor, here are your specifics. Now do your amendments according to what you think is the appropriate level. It gets us back to the same point. It allows the governor to take a shot of what they believe is the best, but then we move quicker, be it a week or 2 weeks or whatever, in making the recommendations for that area, and then we only have one document that to discuss. And in past, when we have more than one document, in past we've had a Senate and a House bills, or the bill from the Appropriation Committee that was recommended by the Democrat. It gets more confusing. I strongly urge you, for simplicity's sake, even if you want to do it for the first year, keep the governor's bill, make all your recommendations, see how it is, because that way you have a chance for the bodies to pick up some of this as you're going and seeing what the process is, and you can reevaluate it.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the comments and suggestions. A concern I would have with that, and one of the concerns I have with the current way we do the budget, is when we use the governor's budget recommendations as the basis, there's an automatic increase. We need to use the previous year's spending because it gives a false sense of how much we are increasing spending when the basis we use is already an increase. So I think we have to start from the previous year's spending. I think as the appropriators, it's our role to create the budget and the bill and fold the governor's recommendations into it rather than the other way around.
Speaker Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would agree with Senator Erickson. That's been the whole basis behind all the research I started with, was that by us going through this process, having an enhanced LBC come in and actually take a deep dive, that gives us a starting point. Then having the budget committees come in later on and get used to what they're seeing so they understand what their budgets are going to be at based on, the last year's budget and have that as a starting point. Then when the governor's, which I'm telling you, the governor's budget's not going to come out any faster than what it ever has. It's been the same thing for my 12 years where we're waiting and waiting and waiting. We can be down the road a long ways. That, I think the hang-up, I believe, is the fact that we're starting with a budget. It shouldn't really be a hang-up. That's our starting point. The process still is going to work exactly the same way. The budget committees are still going to, the difference is right now is we don't actually see that budget, the written budget from the governor until 3 or 4 weeks down the line. We have a place to start. We move forward from there. Once the governor's budget does get to us, then you really look at it, as the Senate President said, as a governor budget amendment. You take what you want out of there. If you don't like some stuff, you leave it in there, and that bill goes bye-bye. You're working off of one bill. So you're not working off of two bills. You're working off of one bill. And that bill is the legislature's bill. And once we get through the first year, I guarantee you, everybody's going to say, okay, this is just fine. But for change is hard. It always is. People hate change. They fear change. They fear what's going to happen. I can tell you, this is not a political thing. This is an opportunity for us, the legislature, to do what we're supposed to do, and that is appropriate the money. And then it's the governor's job to make sure that money is spent according to what the legislature said. That's the way it's always been. It's just we allowed the governor at some point in time way back in the past to do that. So do we need to keep doing things the same way just because we've always done them? No. Let's make it more efficient. Let's give our folks the opportunity to do a deep dive and to do good budgeting work. And you just start out with one budget, and it's the budget we're going to work all the way through. And there will be amendments to it, taken away, adding to, just like we always have. That process doesn't change. So it's really a fear of the unknown, and I quite frankly, I don't fear it. I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited about this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The only thing that I would probably say in regards beyond the speaker's comments is, he said it. This is a change, and change is hard, and change is unknown. And we're trying to formulate some type of paradigm to follow that hasn't been followed before. And so it is very unsure about how we're going to move forward. And so that's why we're trying to set up these recommendations to move forward. And we're not, he said it too, we're not deviating from the current structure all that much. The budget committee process is still going to be the same. It's still going to go through the, the meetings, the hearings, the working of the budgets, reporting those out to appropriations and Ways and Means, or however we decide to set that up. The only real change is that we're not going off of the governor's budget. And I agree with Senator Erickson. I think if we want to look at spending, we go off of the last year's budget and have that be the base. And we're not discarding anything that's coming from the governor's office. We're going to go back and reevaluate that as well. But, you know, one of the things that I said last year on the well when we had a $3 billion ending surplus is that we need to give tax relief to the taxpayers of the state of Kansas. We did that in a special session in June. And we are waiting to see exactly where our ending balances are going to be ending up. But we've gotten into this culture that we need to change. And it was a culture that it was started by the legislature. I'm not implicating the governor or anybody, but we need to change that culture. And how do we change the culture? Well, we change the budgeting process. And so are there any more questions or comments? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the other discussion we had at our last meeting was about provisos. And I know that in the minutes, it simply says that any other provisos should be reviewed by leadership. So that's what we have in the minutes. I know that we talked about the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House. I would be interested in considering having those provisos approved by three, or a recommendation to say that those provisos need to be approved by 3 of the 4, Senate President, Speaker of the House, and the minority leaders. So that's just one thing. I don't think it's clear in these minutes if we go back to it, and so if we have a specific recommendation on who should be doing that approval, that's my suggestion, but I think we could be more clear.
Speaker Hawkins.
So the specific recommendation that I think I want to make is that, so when we were talking about that last time, we were talking about no provisos, and that's just not true. Really what we want to see is any provisos go through the process. That means, you know, these organizations that come up with provisos, number one, they figured out if they really want the proviso, they just hold on to it until the end, bring it into conference committee, and they've got a better chance of getting it than if they do go through the process. And that's wrong, because we end up spending a lot of money and nobody knows what we spent, because there's only 6 people that actually know what went on. Well, there's probably 8 or 9, but because there's other people that are watching, but there's certainly 6 people who are involved in it. So the intention is, and this is my recommendation, that provisos go through the budgeting process. That means, you know, they know by January 2nd or 5th, or in this case, the 13th of January for this next year, they know that their organization is going to want some type of a budget proviso that needs to go to the appropriate budget committee, work through the committee, and if it comes out of that committee and is recommended at approps or Ways and Means, then it's taken up by that committee. If it stays in, you know, then if it's different between the sides, it's going to go to conference. But we just don't want these 40-some provisos to come in on the omnibus conference committee and really nobody knowing what's going on. So that's my recommendation, is that any proviso has to go through the process. Now, that doesn't mean that there can't be something slip up at the very end that has to get in, and that's the reason why the chairman has said those ones that do come at the end, they would have to be approved before the conference committee could take it up.
I don't disagree, and I did understand that, but I'm just saying, particularly in the minutes, it's simply, and I was just talking about that last, those few, because I understood that the committee had all agreed on the other process, that it should go through the budget committees. But I'm just saying, this just says leadership, and you says it has to be approved, and I'm making a suggestion that it be approval of 3 of the 4 leaders, which would be Senate President, Speaker of the House, and the minority leader. So if three of the four would mean that one party wouldn't be able to put on provisos and another wouldn't, or suggest them. So I was just looking for that specific wording about those provisos that people agree or leadership agrees right at the end. We missed this. This has to be done.
That's not a part of my recommendation.
Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Francisco, for bringing that up. It caught my eye as well, and I was going to talk about it as well. And I think that my concern when you just say leadership, you're tightening that geographical area of people that get to make a decision. And I believe that if provisos come up, they need to go through the House Appropriations and the Senate Ways and Means Committee. And that way you have broadened the geographical area of people making decisions. And so, you know, it's kind of like, you know, we get accused of, because of PAYGO, that we've put the budget in the hands of a very few group, the budget committees. And so if we just did leadership, I think you put it in even fewer hands. And I think if you have it in a committee, you're going to have public discussion. Everything's going to be open. And then the people will know why we've made that decision through the budgeting process. So it's kind of a compromise between three people. And but I just think the committees, they go to committee every day and they're in tune with this budget. And so I think those are the people that have the best sight on making that decision.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we're talking about two separate processes. One would be that proviso should go through the budgeting committees, and I agree. I'm not trying to change that, but I remembered the discussion about what if we come up, you know, on the last day and say, or, you know, at the end during conference committee, here's something that slipped through the cracks that we agree needs to be put in, and that's when I was trying to say that would be limited to leadership. But I think leadership should also understand that the intent is for it to go through budget committees.
Senator McGinn.
Well, I want to go back to the speaker's comment, and that is, why did something come up at the last hour that we're here because it slipped through the cracks? Usually by the time we get to omnibus discussions, we know those things that need an adjustment here or there, and they can be discussed with both of those committees at that time. So, you know, I hate to put something in there that says, you know, at 2 o'clock in the morning, last day of session, we're going to let leadership do that. I suppose you could as a backstop, but I just really think that'll make, as you said, your words, not mine, the lobbyists go see all those people that are on the budget committees and have a conversation with them first. So.
Speaker Hawkins.
So I will tell you, and the chairman can attest to what I've said. I was so freaking pissed off. Sorry, I didn't mean to use those words. I was
It just showed up on the.
Oh, yeah. That was horrible. I apologize to everybody out there. I didn't mean to use those words. I was really mad this year during the omnibus process because we must have had 40-some provisos. Maybe not that much. It's probably somewhere between 30 or 40. It's ridiculous. And it just kept coming. I remember one time Troy says, you know, it was another proviso coming. He says, I'm sure there is. It just kept coming. And I've often wondered exactly how much money we spent on provisos this last year, or this last session. There's a bunch. There was a lot of them. And so I would be perfectly fine saying no provisos, period. But I do know that there's those rare occasions when something pops up and even somebody from the administration comes and says, hey, we got a problem here and we got to do something.
I think that's the backstop. It should be very rare when that happens because I think we should go through that process. It should go to the Budget Committee, and anything at the end, we can certainly call an Appropriations and Ways and Means committee real quick so the whole committee could get together and hear that. It'll slow down the process. I guarantee it'll slow it down, but I'm not against that. I'm truly not. Because we got to get a hold of this. This is just ridiculous how far it's went over these last 10 or 12 or 15 years. Because it's really got to where people just know, we can slip it in and then it'll be okay. And it's wrong. I do apologize to the committee for my use of my language. I'm sorry.
Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree. I think, at the end of the session, it's gotten way out of hand, and I think we need to look at some alternatives and changes. And I kind of like the idea of having, like you said, hopefully it's not going to be many because we're going to make sure that everybody knows we're going to get them in early. But if there's one or two, I think calling, appropriations meeting or a Ways and Means and just having that committee meet and discuss it, and it's back, to the whole group, and I think more eyes on it, and it's...
You could actually even call a quick joint committee. You could even do that.
Right.
Because both sides need to hear it, so.
Right. But I think that's probably the important part, is let the whole committees look at them.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like that to be the recommendation from the committee, that we say it has to go through Appropriations and Ways and Means, and not as previously stated in the minutes from the last meeting.
I don't think anybody has any issue with that. Any further discussion in regards to any recommendations or comments in regards to the budgeting process? All right, I'm not seeing any, so I want to thank all of you for the dialogue, the last two meetings, not just this meeting, but the last two meetings in regards to this. I think it's going to be an exciting change to the legislature. It's going to definitely have its growing pains at the beginning, even maybe at the end. But I think it's a change that will be very positive and looking forward. Now, Senators Francisco and McGinn, did you want to make changes or amend the minutes?
Yeah, there was just a typo.
All right. Senator McGinn.
On page 4, maybe I read it wrong. Fourth paragraph from the bottom, second sentence, it just needs to be "they stated" instead of "thus stated."
Oh, okay.
That's all.
Is the maker of the motion okay with the change? And a second? Helgerson, I'm looking at you. All right. All right, we'll make that change. All right. So, everybody have a great rest of the week, and we'll see you later. We are adjourned.